To our presentation for this morning by Dr. Rodney Jones, who's going to be talking to us about technical writing. So if you can share your screen, Rodney. Oh, I have to stop sharing that one. Rodney, your sound is not coming through.
Okay, is everything working all right?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay, all good. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to be presenting this morning on writing a technical paper for publication. And this is going to be a presentation, I suppose, in three parts. The first one will be dealing with history and philosophy, because that's really what I enjoy. The second part is introducing a very practical set of tools for how to write a technical paper. And then thirdly, possibly to broaden the scope of interest a bit, I'll be raising some contentious issues to set the tone for some debate and some discussion, hopefully. But onto the presentation itself. So the very first question really has to be, why write a paper? And your answer to this depends on where you're coming from. If you're talking on behalf of society as a whole, I guess the primary driver for writing technical publications is the advancement of knowledge. If you're looking at this from an industrial point of view, it might be primarily to communicate ways to improve industrial practice. If you're at a university, the mantra of publish or perish still prevails very much so. And so you'll find that promotions and subsidies are really closely tied to one's publications. So you as an individual could perhaps respond, the answer to why write a paper is really all of the above. It's a very good way of developing one's reputation, is to get known as the proponent of certain ideas, as being the person who can explain a particular topic well, and also to establish the priority of ideas. So you can stake your claim by saying, this is a field that I have discovered, found, explored, and want to write about. Of course, the very first peer-reviewed journal papers started a very long time ago, because scientific publishing of journal papers has been in existence for over 350 years, since the very first issue of Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society was published in March 1665, under the guidance of Henry Oldenburg, here, who was the secretary of the Royal Society and first editor of the publication. The early days of scientific societies looked very different from what we see today. In the early days of scientific societies, members regularly met in person to discuss science and run experiments. The reading of scientific papers took place, and publication of papers and discussions was done to record the proceedings of meetings. Meetings often included rather robust debate. The picture below shows Nikola Tesla giving a demonstration in 1893. Now that's a very interesting time period. My professional involvement has really been with the Southern African Institute of Mining and Metallurgy, SAIMM, and they began their existence in 1894. So you can imagine perhaps the lectures of that time looked very similar to this, where people engaged in robust debate, and the proceedings of the discussion, not only the speaker's presentation, were recorded for posterity in the journal. In the last few centuries, you can say that the size of science, now you can measure that by the number of scientists or the number of publications that all follow similar growth patterns, And you can say that the size of science has increased by an estimated 5 orders of magnitude in 3 centuries. We can say that 80 to 90% of all the scientists that have ever lived are alive now. Approximately 2 million scientific papers are published annually in over 60,000 scholarly journals. Now that's obviously way too much for any one individual to keep tabs on at all. You can't simply say, well, what did our colleague publish in last month's journal to know what was going on in the scientific field? So how do we distinguish between good and bad science and between fake news and reliable information? Now, some of the current controversies clearly arise around issues like climate change. There's a lot of well-established scientific information, but there are also a lot of crackpot claims that are out there. The issue of what we put into our bodies, what we eat and what we don't eat, is also one of the controversial issues where many counterclaims are made in what is read and what is popularly available. And then, of course, more recently is the response to how one deals with these coronaviruses. And of course, the concomitant disease, COVID-19, is obviously foremost in most of our minds at the moment, and how one deals with the vaccination. And again, all of the claims that are made about that. And I'll touch on that briefly a little later, I expect. Now, all of these topics rely on scientific evidence to get closer to the truth. Scientific progress relies on the publication of ideas and experimental results that can be replicated, tested, and improved over time. So how do you control the quality of what gets published in journals? Well, there is a system known as peer review that is used to maintain standards and to improve the quality of papers. Now, the system is far from perfect, but that's the most trusted way of evaluating information. So reputable journals will first check that submitted papers meet their required standards in terms of layout, structure, clarity, and language. And at least 2 independent, usually anonymous peers or reviewers or experts in the field are asked to read each paper in detail and comment on its technical merits and validity. And if 2 peer reviewers disagree in their evaluations, then what do we do? Well, the only way around that is to get a 3rd reviewer on board and ask them to evaluate the paper. Clearly, if there's complete agreement between the 2 reviewers to either accept or reject the paper, then that advice will be followed directly. It's only if you need a tiebreaker to evaluate the work that you would bring in a 3rd reviewer. Now, the job of a reviewer is really to reject incorrect or sloppy work, but they can also often make helpful suggestions to improve the quality of the final published paper. So how does the system work in practice? Reviewers can make recommendations either to accept the paper with no changes. Now, this is very rare indeed, that work requires absolutely no correction or improvement. Quite commonly, it's possible for the paper to be accepted with minor changes if it's of very high quality. And sometimes authors will be told they need to revise the work and to resubmit when they have gone through it and redeveloped the ideas and expressed it more clearly. And the final stage, I suppose, would be if the paper just is not in the right scope. It's missed the point completely, it's illogical, it's unclear, then the paper will simply be rejected. So peer review is imperfect, but it is the best system that we have. However, there are many examples, even from Nobel Prize winners, of papers that were incorrectly rejected initially. Now, peer review is a significantly flawed but vital system. There is little incentive for reviewers to invest sufficient time in picking up all errors in publications, and any ineptitude on their part is usually protected by anonymity. You can imagine that peer reviewers are usually people whose time is heavily in demand. They are experts, they are very busy people, and they can't always give priority to the to evaluating the work of other people. Sometimes their own paid work simply has to take precedence. Peer reviewers are generally not paid for their work, nor in a sense are they even held accountable for the views that they put forward. This work is costly and time consuming. To review a paper, in my experience, usually takes me about 4 hours to read a paper in detail, comment on it, correct it, check it, look at the references, follow up, look at the context, sometimes even longer than that. The process of peer review is resistant to new or controversial ideas because it really is by its nature a fairly conservative process. But at its heart, the fundamental question that has to be asked by the reviewer is it true and is it new? The one criticism is that you'll find agreement between referees, the reviewers, is often little higher than by chance. And the system, if you don't have checks and balances in place, is vulnerable to misconduct, to plagiarism, to breach of confidentiality. Somebody could steal somebody else's ideas if unethical reviewers were involved in the process. Some of the most cited papers of all times were initially rejected by referees. So let's move on now to the second section, writing a paper, the practical tools. How do you go about doing this? So we'll look at the content and then we'll look at the structure. So first off, make sure that you have a clear story to tell. What is the essence of your message? Is this an interesting, important subject that you can convey clearly to somebody? Your paper and the content of the paper should add something new, original, novel to the field. And any arguments made should be presented clearly and logically and backed up with information that can be checked independently by others. Many journals have style guides that they make available, usually on their websites, or are sent to authors, potential authors. And these style guides provide useful information. Read them. They are really worthwhile to get your head around. They can make some very good practical suggestions about good writing style. Spend time polishing your work. Take time to correct the minor details. Don't really just annoy potential readers and reviewers by being lazy and sloppy in how things are put together. I do like this quote by Bill Bryson, who says that many people seem to think that capitalization and marks of punctuation are condiments that you sprinkle indiscriminately through any collection of words, which clearly should not be the case. Then it comes to what I call the so what test. And very often in review meetings where reviewers' comments are evaluated by an editorial board of a journal, the final question is, you say at the end of all of this is, so what? One of the past presidents of SAIMM, Marek Dworzanovsky, is well known for asking this question, and you can sometimes see people's eyes turn towards him if he's sitting around the table. You can see this question is coming anytime now. So papers really should ideally be interesting. They should be relevant, useful, and valuable to readers. So you need to ask yourself, what is the significance of your work? Where does it place itself in the field? Why does it matter? And if you can't answer that question satisfactorily, then you've got a problem. You need to go back and reconsider what it is that you're writing. You never want to have a reviewer say, so what, after going through your paper. That would indicate it's not important and I don't care about this content. The structure of a typical paper follows a very standard style. There's the title, authors, the affiliation and contact details, the abstract or synopsis, the introduction, figures and tables, acknowledgements, references. That's all very standard, but each of them warrants a little bit more attention. The title is perhaps the most important of these. The title should be very clear and not misleading in any way. It shouldn't be too short. It shouldn't be too long. This rather pompous way of writing it perhaps really does indicate its significance. As one of the most privileged paratextual marks, a title goes a great way towards determining how a text will be read. That wouldn't make a good title, by the way. Different journals and fields of study have their own widely diverging practices when it comes to listing authors. You'll find papers in the field of particle physics can have lists of authors up to 500 participants long. And for them, it's a very important thing to establish that each of these people have worked on this particular measurement. In the fields of mining, metallurgy, geology, it's far more common to have perhaps 2 or 3 contributors to a paper. I would venture to say that the primary author should be listed first. That's a person who's taken the trouble to express these ideas, to put them down, to create the words, to create the structure of the paper. Names in lists of authors should be listed, in my opinion, according to their contribution, not according to their seniority. So just because your president of the organization might be a contributor to the paper doesn't necessarily mean that their name should go at the front. It should be the person who's primarily responsible for the content that goes first. I think you should avoid the rather euphemistically called honorary authorship that is accorded to some supervisors of work, often in an academic context. Even if the contribution has been minor, it's quite common to list supervisors as co-authors of papers. I really think this should be not encouraged unless the supervisor makes a considerable contribution to the publication itself, which obviously does happen sometimes, but not always. Each author should be able to point out their own direct contributions to what appears in the paper. When writing the names of authors, it's important to use your full set of initials and your surname. Perhaps I'm a little sensitive to this, having a surname, a very common surname of Jones. And certainly there are very many R. Joneses in the world of publications, even very many RT Joneses. And so it can be quite a nuisance to go through what people think are your list of publications, and you find some very strange things sometimes. So try and avoid that as best as possible by using your initials in full in the list of authors. There's also a newish system called the ORC-ID, where authors can register on a system and get a unique number that is listed in many journals these days that uniquely identifies the fact that it is them who is writing the paper. The affiliation and contact details, it's useful to have this information and required by many journals as well, to at least put the department and company or institution where you work, as well as the city and the country, just to situate it in the world, give it a place, give it some kind of origin where this work is coming from. It's usually not necessary in today's world to list postal addresses, fax numbers, or other such ways of contacting people. All the rest of the contact details are usually pretty easy to find today. It's courteous to include the email address of the primary or corresponding author, just to make it easy if there are questions or follow-ups required from readers. The abstract or synopsis appears first at the beginning of the paper, but in my opinion, it should be written last, because this is really a brief overall summary of the content. This is the short picture of what you would try and convey to somebody if you were given only 5 10 seconds to say, what is your paper about? This is not an introduction. This is a brief overall picture of the important findings of your work and how they are situated in the Library of Science. They should encapsulate the important results or conclusions and how they were achieved. Now, abstracts can be used in slightly different ways from what appears in the final paper. Very often, if you're submitting a paper to a conference, or a presentation to a conference, it's normal to have a call for abstracts. And you would then, before you've written the paper and presentation, you would submit a paragraph describing what it is that you are planning to include in your paper. Now, you might find that after you've written the paper, what you thought you would do and what you did in fact do might differ slightly. So you're not bound absolutely by the abstracts originally submitted, and you can and perhaps even should change the abstract in the final version of the paper to reflect the actual content. The introduction should provide the context and the necessary background information that people can situate your work within the greater body of your scientific discipline. One of the pitfalls in introductory writing is that people often make broad, sweeping statements to introduce their topic. And I would say that you should avoid unsubstantiated generalizations. This is an area, perhaps more than any other, where errors are made in papers, certainly the ones that I have a close look at. So for example, in one of the fields that I work in, that of chromite smelting, people might make an introductory statement about South Africa has the world's largest reserves of chromite and produces more ferrochromium than any other country. And that would be a very reasonable statement to make if you're basing your work on old papers, perhaps a decade before today. However, anybody who is familiar with the modern state of affairs will very quickly pick up a statement like that and say, well, that was only true until 2012 when China overtook South Africa in its production of ferrochromium. And so that statement is unsubstantiated, certainly, and it's wrong in today's world. So rather stick to simple facts, don't make sweeping statements, and make sure that you can back up anything that you say in your introduction. So as I say, this section often contains more errors than the rest of the paper, which describes your own work, which you generally are more familiar with than the broad state of affairs. Figures and tables are very useful for communicating information succinctly inside a paper, and very often will be the main takeaways that people will remember afterwards in your publication. So ensure that your graphs and figures are clear without extraneous information. Don't simply include it just because it was there in the way you drew it up originally. Think about its use in this particular publication and only include what is really necessary and relevant. Make sure that the labels and scales are large enough to be clear, even when a full page diagram is reduced to a very small 2-column layout. Make sure it's sufficiently clear that all details can be read very clearly. The exact layout of tables, in other words, which lines go where, will be specified in the style guide of the selected journal. So take the trouble to read the instructions before you submit a paper. It avoids a lot of unnecessary waste of time if you just simply follow the style of the particular journal you're publishing in. At the end of a paper, it's quite common to have a section of acknowledgements, and this is the appropriate place where team members, supervisors, or funders even can be thanked for their contributions. Don't include those people necessarily in the list of authors of the paper unless they've contributed to writing the paper itself. But if they've made a difference in terms of ideas that have been offered, maybe checking the work for you, maybe picking up an error in calculations, people who've assisted in the practical handling of the experiments, this is the appropriate place to thank people and acknowledge those contributions. The references appear at the end of the publication. And again, this is a place where you'll find a lot of sloppiness, perhaps. Different publications have their own styles of referencing, usually with very fussy sets of rules. There are really two main types, though. The first is the numbered system, usually indicated with superscript, sometimes bold-faced numeral, listing the reference in order of appearance in the paper. The alternative system is the alphabetic author date system, where you would have in brackets the author's surname and the year of publication. And this is often referred to as the Harvard system. And this system has a number of advantages. And the Journal of the SAIMM, for example, moved to the style of referencing a few years ago. It's very easy when updating a document, particularly a long document, to avoid problems of numbering going awry when the order of paragraphs is changed and the references therefore have to be renumbered. So the system also has the advantage of making it easier for a reader who is familiar with the field to see, there's the paper by Jones 2015. Yeah, I know that paper. And you can, without having to go back and check the detailed references, you can actually be very familiar with and be aware of the publication and whose work is being cited as you're reading the text. I believe it's important that when you cite the literature, you should cite the primary source of your material rather than simply secondary sources. So if at all possible, and it usually is possible, go back to the person who did the original work, who did the development of the original equations, who made the original claim. Read the work in context. You'll find that very often work gets slightly twisted, slightly nuanced, different ideas creep in, mistakes creep in when people quote work, and you simply quote the quoter rather than the origin of the idea. I think it's also a good idea in general to provide full information in references. In other words, the full list of authors, the title of the work, the journal's name in full, where it's published, and anything else that might help somebody in evaluating the reference and being able to find it. Some journals are quite restrictive. So for example, if you publish in Nature magazine, they will only allow you to put in a summarized version of the journal title, the volume number, and the page number and the year. And all the other things are mere details because you've got sufficient information to track down the reference. And there's a place for that in very space-limited journals. But these days, a lot of information is published electronically, where space constraints are not as severe as they once might have been. It's also a good idea to include hyperlinks for the convenience of readers. So if the reference is available online, put a hyperlink in so that people can actually go and open it and find it for themselves, if at all possible. So after publication of your paper, how do you know if your paper is any good? Will it be read by anybody? Will it be cited? Well, it turns out that citations are particularly rare things. There was one study carried out of over 1.3 million papers across a wide range of disciplines and years, and they found that only 61% of papers, or sorry, they found that as much as 61% of papers had 0 citations, 12% had only 1 citation, and 4% had 16 or more citations. There was another study carried out that found that 75% of papers on metallurgy and mining are never cited at all. Quite sad, really, but that's what it is. Citations of journal papers are most common in biological and physical sciences, but less so in engineering, where conferences are more important and where implementation is more important than publication. So you shouldn't really try and compare the number of citations between fields. It's just not a helpful thing at all. It varies so much. Well, how are these things actually measured? Now, there are a number of measurements of scientific output. How do you rate somebody as a scientist, as a researcher? Well, the easy, lazy way is to simply count the number of papers. That can lead to some severe problems, though, because not all papers are the same. So it's not about how many papers you've published, it's about the quality of them. You could say perhaps one step better would be to find out in some way the number of citations of your paper. And that should indicate something about the quality, unless, of course, people are saying, whoa, the worst paper in this field is, this author in this year, in which case a negative citation, which simply counts exactly the same as a positive citation. But hopefully, if your work's important enough to be read and commented on, you can reasonably say that the number of citations gives you some idea of the importance of the work. Of course, if you happen to be a co-author of a very famous writer in a very current and controversial field, then there can be a number of distortions that come into this, because that one paper can skew your average number of citations per paper. So even that isn't a very good indicator of your scientific output. There is an alternative measurement, which I'll come to in a short moment, called the H index, that perhaps balances the number of papers and the number of citations to give you a more nuanced picture of your output as a scientist. Citation indexing is a field that was pioneered by Eugene Garfield as far back as 1955. Now, this was long before the era of personal computers, and let alone before the era of the internet. So it was quite a considerable accomplishment on his part to have pioneered this field, where he took about 70% of all the refereed scientific journal papers and indexed them for what became known as the Web of Science. The H index that I spoke about is a measure, a single number, that is proposed in 2005 by George Hirsch, who is a physics professor at the University of California in San Diego. And this is meant as a measure of the impact and quality and quantity of scientific output as a single number. And you could say that H either stands for Hirsch or highly cited. He defines the H index as the maximum number of an author's papers that have been cited at least H times. So having an H index of 17, for example, means that a scientist has published 17 papers that each had at least 17 citations. So this avoids problems where the total number of papers does not indicate the quality of scientific publications, whereas the citation counts can be disproportionately affected by a single publication of major influence. Now, just be wary about using this. Make sure that your comparison between authors is a fair comparison. It's very unfair to compare the H index of an established, much older author to somebody who is new to the field, because the H index can only increase over time. So you would expect the H index of an older, well-established, long-standing publisher of papers to be higher than that of somebody who's newly entered the field. Also, you would expect the H index of perhaps a biologist to be much greater than that of an engineer, simply because of the citation patterns within that particular discipline. One of the questions that has to be asked by a prospective author is, how do you choose which journal to publish in? For me, the first question to ask is, will it reach your intended audience? It's pointless to publish in a purely academic journal if you want to be read by people in industry. Similarly, a trade journal will probably not be taken seriously by a university audience. The next question I would ask is the journal open access? There is a moral imperative to make scientific publications freely available to all people without restriction. Many governments around the world have mandated that all publicly funded, government-funded research must be published under open access conditions. This applies to countries like the United States, the UK, many European countries mandate that if you have government funding, you simply must publish it in an open access journal. In 2007, SAIMM's journal and conference papers were made free of charge to everyone. So following this, this idea of making access open to all readers. Open publications are visible to search engines such as Google, therefore making them more easily found. This serves the interests of authors in that they want their writing to have maximum reach and impact and want their work to be discussed and cited often. It also serves the interests of readers who desire low cost or free access to a wide range of information. Peer reviewers are also usually authors and readers, and so their interests are looked after too. Is the journal regarded as reputable? For example, the Department of Higher Education and Training in South Africa publishes an annual list of recognized reputable journals whose papers are eligible for academic subsidy funding. So again, the journal that I'm most closely associated with, the Journal of the SAIMM, has always been included in this list as part of both the Web of Science that is now owned by Clarivate, sometimes previously known as Clarivate Analytics, previously before that known as Thomson Reuters, and before that ISI. And it's also been part of the SciELO lists. The other very important thing is to watch out for is to avoid predatory journals. And this is really something to be guarded against very strongly. There are some unscrupulous paid open access journals that guarantee quick turnaround times and publication upon payment of a fee. Don't be tempted by these journals. They're simply out to make money. It's a scam in effect, because this is seen as a highly disreputable practice. Publishing in these journals will adversely affect your career and reputation, including rating as a researcher with the National Research Foundation, the NRF, in South Africa. It will count against you, because effectively what these people are doing is they're not going through a proper process of peer review, often not even a process of following good editorial polishing of your work. And they simply take your money and then guarantee publication in an unreasonably quick time period. The other question worth asking in the field of minerals and mining and metallurgy, geology as well to some extent, is it on onemine.org? This premier database of over 100,000 mining and metallurgical papers is often the first port of call for members of the Global Mineral Professionals Alliance, the GMPA, And that includes the AusIMM in Australia, CIM in Canada, IIMCH in Chile, IIMP in Peru, IOM3 in the UK, SAIMM in Southern Africa, and the SME in the United States. That's a good indicator of journals that are taken seriously by people in our broader field. Now I'd like to move along to some of the perhaps more controversial aspects, such as what are impact factors and are they important? This can be a fairly hot topic of discussion in some quarters, and I'll put forward my views and you can weigh that up with all the rest if you like. So Eugene Garfield was the first to introduce the concept of an impact factor in 1955, when he was director of the Institute for Scientific Information, or ISI, later part of Thomson Reuters and now owned by Clarivate. The journal impact factor, or JIF, was created as a tool to enable the appropriate selection of journals for inclusion in citation indices and to assist librarians to identify which journals to purchase. And for those purposes, it does actually have a place and is quite a useful measure. It represents the average number of times that each article is cited in a year, averaged over the 2 previous years. But of course, it does not, and I will say that very loudly and clearly, it does not measure the scientific quality of research in any particular article. So don't make the mistake of conflating how many times a paper is cited on average in a journal with how many times a particular paper is cited. This is a very, very uneven distribution, and we've already seen that 60 or 70% of papers are never cited at all. Some papers are cited hundreds of times. So the fact that the impact factor is 1 or 2 really doesn't mean very much about your particular article. In fact, the San Francisco Declaration on Research Assessment, if you go to sfdora.org from 2012, you can read it in detail. It's very worth following up. It recommends that scientific output is not measured by the use of journal-based metrics, such as the journal impact factor, but rather that research should be assessed on its own merits rather than on the basis of the journal in which it is published. So just to be clear what the definition of the journal impact factor is, it's the ratio of the number of citations in the current year to the items published in the previous 2 years to the total number of articles published in the same 2 years. So to give a concrete example, the journal impact factor of 2020, which you should start seeing fairly soon, would be the number of citations that took place in 2020 to papers, the articles that were published in 2018 and 2019, divided by the total number of articles in that journal that were published in 2018 and 2019. So the vast majority of articles in a given journal receive fewer citations than the impact factor would predict. It cannot be used to meaningfully compare journals in different fields. We've already spoken about the different patterns of citations between disciplines. The journal impact factor is widely criticized for use as a lazy proxy for the quality of a particular paper. The intrinsic merit of a paper is much more important than where it is published. You can be pretty sure if you write a good quality paper, it will be found and cited pretty much no matter where it is published, particularly if it is an open access paper in a reputable journal that will be found by the search engines. Publications in high-ranking journals are not only more likely to be fraudulent than articles in lower-ranking journals, but also more likely to present discoveries which are less reliable. In other words, those that are inflated or cannot subsequently be replicated. Now, this is a little counterintuitive when you see this. Surely high-ranking journals should be more trustworthy. Well, in fact, some of the sociological mechanisms behind these correlations have been documented, such as the pressure to publish. And ideally, everybody wants to publish a paper with positive results in high-ranking journals. And this leads to the potential for decreased ethical standards. I often think of this in the way that people would say, well, why did you rob the bank? Because that's where the money is. So people will chase the very high profile journals. And unfortunately, they are the ones very often that have the most problematic papers. So when it comes to the deficiencies of the journal impact factor for research assessment, we've already seen that citation distributions within journals are highly skewed. The properties of the JIF are field specific. It is a composite of multiple, highly diverse article types, including primary research papers and reviews. And also these impact factors can be manipulated or gamed by editorial policy. You kind of apply sometimes subtle, sometimes not so subtle pressure to authors to make sure that their papers all contain references to papers in their own journals. That's frowned on, it's seen as bad practice, but it does still sometimes happen out there. Data used to calculate journal impact factors are neither transparent nor openly available to the public. And again, I would encourage you to read the San Francisco Declaration on Research Assessment if this interests you. It's a very short read. It doesn't take more than a minute or two to go through, and it's worth saying. But the overall recommendation is do not use journal-based metrics as a surrogate measure of the quality of individual research articles to assess an individual scientist's contribution or in hiring, promotion, or funding decisions. So there are a number of practices to avoid in writing a paper. Be very clear to avoid conflicts of interest. It's hard to take seriously a paper on the benefits or claimed benefits of ingesting sugar if your work is being sponsored by Coca-Cola. Sometimes not quite as blatant as that, but take care to avoid those possible conflicts. Avoid the omission of data, and especially the fabrication of data. If data just doesn't quite suit the message that you're trying to put across, don't leave it out. Make sure that, hey, we obtain some data that doesn't fit. Try and find a reason for that. Don't simply just ignore it because it doesn't fit your particular preferred analytical curve. Fabrication of data is particularly dangerous. In fact, there's one very well-known paper on linking autism and vaccinations, where it turned out that the data had been fabricated. The paper had to be repudiated and withdrawn from publication, but did an incredible amount of damage. And you'll find still that particular false paper is still the underlying reason that a lot of the people in the anti-vaccination lobby still refer to, as I say, doing huge amounts of damage to the health of people in the world. It's important to avoid plagiarism, copying the work of others, even including self-plagiarism. So don't simply regurgitate and repeat work that you have stated in a previous paper and use that as your primary basis for what you're saying in your current recent work. Make sure you've got something new to say. Make sure that each individual paper has its real substantial contribution. Don't simply go for just simply getting as many papers published as possible. Does nobody any good. Limit your self-citation. Don't simply quote your own work unless it's really relevant to what you're trying to say. Make sure you cite fully and fairly. Don't speculate. Stick to the facts. Avoid salami publishing, the publication of least publishable units. If you have something to say in a particular field, say it in one particular place. Don't simply think of how many papers could I get out of stretching this idea as far as possible. Make your paper a good quality. People will be happy to go back to and refer to in the future. Don't simply try and go for as many papers as possible. And a relatively new development is to avoid the duplicate publication of papers, for example, in conference proceedings and then in a journal. This is a fairly recent prohibition, and certainly SAIMM and others will be continuing to change some of their previous practice in this regard. It's a controversial thing, but I think best practice has become fairly clear that this has to be avoided. There are pros and there are cons to prohibiting the dual publication in conference proceedings and then in a journal. But I think standard practice today would say that you shouldn't actually have a paper published twice. So in conclusion, I would say that peer-reviewed scientific papers add significantly to the world's body of knowledge. Reputable open access journals help to make information available to all. There is no shortcut to evaluating the quality of paper. It needs to be read carefully. The intrinsic merit of a paper is much more important than where it is published. The relevance and quality of a paper are much more important impact factor of the journal in which it is published. You are encouraged to make your contribution to the world of scientific publications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rodney. Thank you for stepping in. Are there any questions for Rodney? We've got a couple of minutes still. Okay, Kerry, you're first up. Would you like to unmute yourself and ask your question?
Yes, thank you very much, Rodney. That was an incredibly interesting talk. I have 3 questions. I don't know if we have time for all of them, so you can pick and choose which are most interesting to you. You mentioned a trade journal. What is a trade journal, or what are its characteristics, so that if we encounter it, we would know what we've landed on?
Yeah, thanks very much for your comments, Kerry. Predatory journals usually have a number of characteristics. Number one is you'll find in your email inbox a request for papers. So they will solicit publications. You don't see the GSSA's journal or the SAIMM journal emailing you saying, please send us your paper, please send us your paper. It's just, that's already the first warning sign. So if somebody then says, we have noticed that you've published work on subject X, and you think, yes, and therefore we think you should publish in journal Y, and you think, but what's the link here? These don't really hang together, is another really strong warning sign. The other warning sign is if you're encouraged to publish in the journal, and you start seeing the financial implications coming to the fore, and somebody will say, well, yes, there are publication charges that apply, and that doesn't necessarily mean they're predatory, but it is a warning. Just have your ears pricked up and be sensitive to it, because clearly this can be a money-making exercise. The other warning sign is perhaps that they promise publication in an unrealistically quick time. So on the one extreme, they may say, if you submit your paper and your fees, we guarantee you will publish your paper within 2 weeks. That's just simply not possible. There's no reputable reviewer that's on tap to that extent that they can drop everything, review your paper in such a short time, presumably not find any errors in your paper or any discussion that needs engagement, that can have a turnaround of 2 weeks is simply impractical. Also, if you've never heard of the journal yourself, and your colleagues have never heard of it or don't regularly read it, that's another warning sign to watch out for. Then perhaps if you're more familiar with the field, you would want to go and look at a copy of the journal, look at the editorial board. Are there names of people there that you recognize in your field that have a reasonable reputation for their own publications? So not all of those tools are available to everybody, but those are some of the things to look out for. There is also, or certainly was until very recently, something known as the Beal list. That's B-E-A-L. It was compiled originally by an academic called Jeffrey Beal, and he used to go through all the predatory open access paid open access journals, and he would publish a list of the disreputable ones. As you can imagine, it wasn't a particularly popular thing to do in some quarters, and it also took a lot of his time. So I think that work has largely come to an end, but the list still exists out there. So if you find the journal that you're considering on Beal's list, avoid it very strongly. The other thing, within a South African context, you can go onto the DHET website and have a look at their list of accredited publications and make sure that the journal is on that accredited list. So those are some of the things that I would watch out for.
Perfect, thank you. Tanya, I don't see any other hands. May I ask my next question while we wait for someone to muster courage?
There's just one question that's come up in the chat, Carrie. Let's get to that one quickly.
Okay.
Nicolette is asking about duplicate publication. What if you update the information from the conference presentation and expand on that? Would that count as duplication or what?
Sorry, I missed some of that, Tanya. Would you mind just repeating the essence of it again? If what counts as a duplicate publication?
If you update the information from the conference presentation and expand on that for a journal publication, would that still count as duplicate publication?
It's obviously a gray area, and there's a scale on which it goes. If you were to simply make 10% of your publication a little bit different, I don't think anybody's going to be fooled by that. It's essentially still the same content, the same message. If you're saying something new, if you're making a new additional contribution, then I think it's fair enough to say that this is now a second and different publication. What you're really wanting to avoid, I guess, is wasting somebody's time. If I'm working in a particular field and I can see that the title of this paper is very relevant to me, and I see that there are now two publications ostensibly very similar in this field, and I read through the one, I now need to read through the other one as well, just to make sure there's not something important that I've missed. It would be much better if that additional changed information was packaged on its own and simply referenced the other prior publication.
Thank you. Okay, Carrie, one more question and then we've got to move on.
Okay, thank you. In terms of, you mentioned, for example, not duplicate publishing at the conference and in a journal, and we've just expanded that a little now. If we think about the reason many of us are participating in the course is to learn what we can offer employers and how best to do it so that we can be relevant and included in the industry. Sometimes as part of a project, you know, the research will happen, but the condition will be that you need to present at a conference. So if you don't have the option for a duplicate publication, in your personal opinion, and given that we might be at different phases of our life or our career, would you rather take the exposure from an academic journal, or would you rather take the conference publication where you can access the networking opportunities that go with it?
Yeah, that's exactly the difficulty in making this sort of change that is being recommended by the Academy of Science of South Africa, for example. in saying that you really shouldn't publish the same thing in the conference proceedings and then in the journal. In some cases, and this will vary from person to person. If you're in a university environment, publishing in a journal is always taken seriously. However, in my case, where I was working in a research organization for a research council, there were times where particular conferences are seen as very important. So things like in my field of pyrometallurgy, the Molten Slags Conference Series, the International Ferroalloys Congress, I would give anything to have my papers published in those conference series, because they are highly cited, referred to often by people, highly recognized. So in my case, I would want to go to those conferences, present at those conferences, get all the benefits of the networking and the feedback from people, the exposure to those people. And what's more, I would say that the longevity of my paper is going to be better to be published in those sorts of proceedings. However, there are obviously other conferences as well that are perhaps more local, much smaller, much more transient in nature. And those ones, perhaps you there want to think about, do you want to submit a full? Perhaps the way forward for conferences like that would be to allow people to publish a one-page extended abstract of just summarizing their work with a very clear notation on it: this is not a publication, should not be claimed as a publication. And then you subsequently submit your work to a journal for publication there. Of course, the risk there to the author of that work is that there's no guarantee when you submit a paper to a journal that it will in fact get published. So there's a little bit of a risk and a trade-off to be made. So yeah, it's a hard one to make that judgment call. And certainly I would be the last to suggest that you don't go and present your work at a conference. To me, I've found in my career that presenting papers at conferences has been the most valuable way of getting feedback on your work and to having your reputation established.
Thank you very much, Rodney. And thanks once again for the presentation of this. If you would just stop sharing your screen, please. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Mark Burnett. And so Mark, if you'd like to share your screen, and we can get directly into that. Thanks very much, Mark.
Hi, everybody. Looks like I've got some very big shoes to follow after Rodney's really interesting and excellent presentation. So I'm going to be talking about mentoring and potentially the value of mentoring in industry, and why it's probably a worthwhile idea if you're starting your career. In fact, even if you're in your career, why you should consider having a mentor, or at least trying to source a mentor. But where does it all really start from? Now, we're having a few technical problems. Just please bear with me, and I will try and figure out why this is not wanting to do what it should be doing. There we go. So an extreme example of confidence or technological lack thereof. The other thing which may be of consideration when you are trying to access a mentor is, do they understand differences in time zones, and can they actually manage to get there on time and not think that they're going to be there at 8:30 when in fact they should actually have been ready and waiting and presenting at 7:30 UK time. Now, the whole aspect of becoming competent in your chosen field of science, whether it's pure geology, whether you want to go into mineral resource estimation or exploration, It is being able to do the job clearly and correctly and succinctly. The problem, however, does come across with competence is it's not that easy to pin down. You can do a lot of research and try and understand competence and the various stages of competence, but to go to another professional and say, is a person X competent, yes or no, a lot of it tends to boil down into personal opinions and perceptions about that specific individual. Another reason why competence is really relevant and in terms of this discussion is that at some stage of your career, you'll be asked to become a competent person to sign off in terms of one of the Crisco codes. Now, for those of you that have sat down and read any of the Crisco codes, so that would be things like JORC or SAMREC or the PERC code or NI 43101 or the Russian name code, is that you need to have a minimum of 5 years experience and be part of a professional organization that has a regulatory code in place. So in order to get to that level, you need to be able to understand the type of work that you're going to be performing, and you need to be able to stand in front of your peers and be able to comment and defend the work. So almost like a via voce if you're doing a PhD presentation or a PhD defense. But it's the understanding which can become quite critical, and understanding people's language and the way people are attacking a problem is very, very critical. Now, this is meant to be a humorous slide, but it's trying to get across a very serious point. The person answering the question has actually answered correctly, but it's not relevant to the question that's being posed. So there's definitely a communications issue in here where the question has either not been explained to the person, or the person themselves, to be quite cruel and harsh, is not competent. They don't understand what is actually being asked from them, and they cannot deliver on what is being expected. Now, this is one of the things that, especially when you start your career in industry, and it happened to me, and it's happened to, I think, every other scientific professional that's moved from university and started work. And there's quite a large expectation gap between the knowledge that you have from university and that nice, shiny degree certificate and what your chief geologist or your senior geologist is expecting of you. So it's to be able to, and so mentoring is to assist in bridging that gap between taking theoretical knowledge into practical skills and experience. So how do we then start looking at the concept of competence? Now, it starts off right at the beginning in the stage which I've alluded to, that you actually don't know what you don't know. So you can be going on quite happily and you actually don't understand the role and responsibilities in your new job. Once you've been there for a while, you start to understand that you actually don't have the relevant skills to perform that task. Now, it's not a negative, it's just not a case, it's a case of you haven't been taught or someone hasn't explained the procedures to you. As you start to get more adept in this, then you are starting to be able to utilize those skills, generally under some degree of guidance, whether it's formal or informal, until you get to the stage when you are highly proficient in undertaking the tasks that are demanded of you. And then you get to the stage where you, in general, would be expected to transfer those skills into the next person coming into the system. Now, a lot of people have tried to formalize this, and probably the best known one is work that was done by Dr. Jackie Coombs, who's now head of EMIRA. She's a University of Natal graduate and very well known in the geostats side of things. But what Jackie was trying to do is to try and define or quantify how a resource geologist can become competent in their chosen field, which is geological modeling and geostatistics. Now, after a lot of research, what Jackie came up with is what she refers to as a 15-2-5 criteria, where basically, under guidance, a resource geologist will undertake 15 resource estimates in 2 different commodity types and undertake 5 different resource reconciliations. However, if that person is not mentored, either formally or informally, and given training, they will then develop what's referred to as a weak competency. They can do the job, but they're not reaching the pinnacle of what they should be able to do or the potential capabilities. If the company and if there's a an informal mentoring and training scheme in place, that person can then develop very, very strong competencies and then can start training other people. If you want to, Jackie's done a presentation which is available on the AIG, so the Australian Institute of Geoscientists, online on YouTube. If you do a quick search, you'll find it. Alternatively, you can go and log on and download her PhD thesis, which is available at the bottom URL. All these presentations, or at least my presentation, is going to be available for distribution after today. But getting on to mentoring, so I've talked about competence, but so how does that competence become developed in someone? Now, part of the way is what we refer to as mentoring. So I guess a little bit of history and the background. There's a lot of discussion currently in the market, and if you do some research in terms of mentoring and what does mentoring imply, what is relevant mentoring. So if you research South Africa, you'll find there's a lot of focus, at least in the sociological aspects, of doing what's referred to as Ubuntu mentoring. If you start looking at America and Australia, they talk about relevant mentoring, and getting away from effectively the perception that it's an older white male who's imparting his skills to a person who is incapable of understanding. So it's becoming more of a peer type training mentality or discipline. But if we get back to the concept of this, it starts out effectively as the younger man in search of his father, where the goddess of knowledge, comes down, Athena, sorry, the goddess of knowledge comes down and takes the form of mentor to help assist and guide Telemachus in his quest to understanding and competency. In this case, is to become the king and to lead his people. This concept has evolved over time until we start seeing different aspects of it. But it also gets a bit clouded because as humans, we tend to become a little bit more complicated in the type of things that we want to do. So a lot of jargon that you'll start coming across when you start looking at this concept of a mentor, you'll run into things like role models, trainers, coaches, and teachers. They all cover similar aspects, but they have slightly different qualities. So in terms of a role model, for example, a classic case would be a sporting hero. It's someone that inspires you, that you want to try and emulate, and you can see what is actually possible because they have succeeded in their specific career or quest and overcome a whole lot of hurdles in front of them. A trainer or a teacher tends to be a lot more formalized, and normally it's done by some degree of examination, whether it's a practical examination or a theoretical examination. And in that case, there's normally some sort of financial transaction arranged with it. The similar type of thing occurs with coaching. There's normally some sort of financial arrangement in the background. But a mentor tends to be free, and it's done on a mutual respect basis. And as you can see here, it's done formally or informally. So, but the reason is, well, why should you actually even consider having a mentor? Surely that's just going to take up more time in your in your career. Well, there's a whole load of reasons, and here's just a few of them. And again, if you go down to the links at the bottom, there's a lot more information which you can go and read through. But it's generally a person that you trust, who's prepared to take an interest in you, but to help you get through those, especially when you're starting your career, to help you get through and understand all the new rules you're going to be faced with. A lot of young geologists, as soon as they hit industry, suddenly discover the rules have changed, but no one actually tells them what those new rules are. What are the expectations in terms of behavior? What are the expectations? Something as simple as what time do you get to work and what time do you leave? What do you wear to work? You know, can they then challenge you and help guide you through all the company politics, the company infrastructure? Can they then assist you in transferring technical knowledge, but also guiding you in that career and saying, well, look, what type of career do you want to envisage yourself to go into? If you envisage going into that specific career, these are the skills and experiences that you will need to acquire. And these are the type of timescales that people look at for you to acquire them in. But how do you then go about, well, identifying. Now, as Rodney had alluded to, one of the types of things you look at is someone that's well respected in your industry. Do they have a good reputation? Reputation is everything. So if someone has an industry reputation of being difficult to get along with, I mean, obviously or logically, that shouldn't be the first person that you're going to approach to become a mentor. You want someone that is going to help you and assist you. And as you can see there, there's a short checklist. Do you have the same values in common? Is that person willing to spend time talking to you? Do you speak the same language? And I'm not talking about specific language, but just the way that you both view the world. Are they willing to actually spend time with you and sacrifice their time to assist? What are your expectations from the mentor? Because remember, a lot of the times the mentors, and especially if they're well known in the field, they're very busy people. So, and as I've done mentoring in the past, I can find it highly frustrating, case in point, when my mentee doesn't turn up in time, or if we've established a ground path or a number of things that they need to accomplish, they don't actually do it in time or prepared for the next meeting. Silly things like, are they inclusive? Are they going to allow you to share your experiences as well? Or is it just going to be a case of, this is a way to do it, there's going to be no discussion, and it's my way or no way? So these are all the types of things that you need to start taking into consideration. Now, there's nothing wrong, and this has come up in a previous mentoring discussion, there's nothing wrong with you trying out to mentor, and if it doesn't work, to part ways with them. You're not locked into that relationship. So it's a case of searching around, trying out, speaking to your peers as well. What's their experiences have been like? So, and these are just the types of personalities you may come across, and you need to decide which one resonates with you. You know, so are you looking at the career woman who's got to the top of their career? Someone who has got a lot of knowledge and experience and is willing to impart it to you, but is not necessarily going to share the full truth with you and is going to reveal it in stages. The really old guru who's got years and years and years of experience, but may not communicate it in a way which is fully understandable to you. The cool guy at work who everybody looks up to, but he's a bit dodgy. Or the really big guy that's going to look after you, but you're not too sure where he's coming from half the time. You could, if you've got aspirations to absolute power, choose the big bad leader. But of course, there's some people who, just by looking at them, are probably not going to be the best option of choosing as your mentors. So yeah, we could probably rule these guys out. The other thing is, as much as you're researching your mentor, your mentor will research you. Okay, it generally is done on an altruistic basis, but a lot of the times it's a case of the mentor wants to impart their knowledge to the next generation. And they want to be sure that the person that they're imparting their knowledge to is worthy of that time and investment. So, for example, when someone approaches me to be their mentor, or at least have initial talks, one of the first things I do is to try and find out a bit about them. And it's something to be aware of. As you would be looking up me, for example, I would look up you and I'll look at your posts on LinkedIn, or if your Facebook profile is open, yes, I will go and have a look at it, or Twitter accounts or whatever is there, because it's going to give me a very good idea, or at least an understanding, an idea of the type of person that you are. So for someone to post a comment, for example, on social media, and to say something along the lines of, I demand that older people transfer the skills to me, generally you're not going to get a positive pickup from any person that you approach for mentoring that's picked that up, because it's not a mutual discussion, it is now a demand. And as I said, this is all voluntary. So I guess from a mentor's point of view, why would I want to spend the time and effort on someone that is only in it for themselves, who's shown no indication of wanting to be altruistic and to share that at the next step forward? So in many ways, this is the type of point I'm trying to make. The mentor spends time on you in the assumption that you will then take on that role and mantle going forwards. And there's a whole load of different relationship types that you can form during mentoring as well. So you can have your very formal, rigid mentoring, and this is the type of thing that tends to occur in companies. Okay, so long-term succession planning, you've been identified from your initial interviews with the company of having something that the company would like to develop in the long run. And you go through a series of formal training, formal engagements, and formal transfers. You may, on the other hand, have an informal relationship with someone who's well known in the field, but they're totally outside of your specific company or industry, who, for whatever reasons, whether it's a family relationship, whether it's a case of, for some reason, there's just been some sort of bonding over a shared interest, they will be in the background and will help and guide you throughout your career path. And then, of course, we can go to the opposite extremes. In terms of things like informal short term, and this is where a lot of times people get the confusion comes in between mentoring and coaching and training. Short-term mentoring, a lot of the times it is done because there has to be some sort of sharp focus on underperformance or lack of knowledge to get the person up to speed. So you're probably thinking to yourself, well, how does all of this benefit me in terms of deciding on mentoring and how am I going to get the best out of it? Well, it's going in with your eyes open. It's making sure that you're going to go into that relationship, sit down with the mentor, have established goals, targets, and dates, and that those targets, goals, and dates will, to the best of your ability as well, be fulfilled. So to repeat, there's nothing more frustrating to a mentor than wanting to spend time with the mentee, but the mentee just effectively wants you as the mentor to transfer knowledge without actually doing anything in return to get that information or to actively participate in the process. So the other question often arises is, well, I'm only stuck with one person, or can I go and start looking at more than one person? Well, the answer is logically yes. The different skills and different people will be able to transmit knowledge at different levels, and they can explain things differently. So say, for example, someone is really good at resource modeling. They may not necessarily be the best person to talk to if you want to move into a financial role, but you want to get experience in exploration first. So you then have two mentors, a shorter term mentor to explain to you how exploration works and how to get up to speed in that. But then you'd already be in discussions of starting to look for someone that can then assist you in making that move from a pure exploration role into some sort of financial role. It also depends on you to want to take, as I said, that time and effort to start developing those contacts and networks, which is again something which touched on in Rodney's presentation. Presenting at conferences where your face can be seen and you can start establishing that network. And again, to establish a network takes time and effort. And that's one of the many ways in which a mentor can assist. A mentor can then introduce you to other people. It's a lot easier for me, for example, to introduce someone to someone that I know than it is for that younger person to walk up to a well-known name in the industry and try and introduce themselves. It's just the way that humans interact. So establishing those relationships is always really, really good. So just to reiterate the aspects of coaching versus mentoring. This in many ways is coaching. Short term, getting the job done, normally, but not all the time, is done when someone is not performing to the best. And there's a feeling that that person has the ability, but they need a short, sharp shock to the system to get them up to where they're going to be. Mentoring, on the other hand, tends to be helping, guiding, without that pressure of success or succeeding or short-termism. So just to expand on this, in terms of what to look for and whether to decide if your relationship is deteriorating to a coaching relationship or is it actually a mentoring relationship, and this has come up in numerous discussions in the past. Probably the underlying thing between the two is you don't need to establish a rapport. So you don't need to find something in common with that person. You don't, in coaching, the coach doesn't even necessarily need to like you. They're there for one reason and one reason only, and that is to get results. You don't set the agenda, the coach does, and the coach also will then set the timelines, and you need to get to those timelines and those outcomes. As you can see here, mentoring a lot more informal. Generally, it's not as structured, but my experience is if you start trying to do some degree of structuring in terms of the outcomes and expectations of the discussions, it helps a lot. Again, there's nothing more frustrating, I think, for both parties to sit and talk for an hour and then both to walk away and think, well, we actually haven't achieved anything in this discussion. We've talked about the car, we've talked about the weather, we've talked about friends, but we actually haven't done anything of a concrete or a fundamental nature. So a general guideline is at the beginning of any mentoring relationship is to try and work out some sort of formal path, which is mutually agreed to between the two. My preference is that the mentee comes to me at least with some idea of what they would like to do and achieve, and then break it down in terms of short, medium, and long-term goals. And within those goals to start discussing, well, within that short-term goal, these are the type of things I'd like to achieve. And then we can go and discuss, are those goals relevant? Are those goals achievable? And where those goals would necessarily take you to on the career path. Something that's also worthwhile noticing, and I guess this is to a certain degree a mentoring comment for those of you that are going to be entering industry or trying to enter industry, is beware of what's referred to sometimes as corporate hyenas. So as you're entering industry, you will tend to find people who will be friendly and on the face of it very, very helpful. Again, just be cautious. They may not be as friendly as what you think. There are a lot of people in the industry that are there for their own sense of importance, or own sense of power. You know, so again, just be cautious. Don't go and jump at the first person that you see to be a mentor. As I said, find out from the reputation, what are they like? Reputation means a lot in the industry. As I said, you may end up, if someone's got a bad reputation, there's probably a very good reason for that. Use that as a major warning sign. So just running through some of the just in case things. I've tried to leave time at the end of my talk, so not just me, but other people like Rodney, so you can go back and ask them questions, or Matt Mullins, who I think is on the call, or Tanya. I see Professor Glenn Nwali is on the call, so we can, get Glenn's insights to it. Dr. Dion Brunt's on the call as well, I've seen, so we can also get some contributions from them in terms of their experiences. So some of the things to look at, and I've said quite a lot of these things in the past, but what can they offer you? Can they tell you what they're going to offer you? And do you know enough about their work and research that you can discuss it with them to show that you've shown an interest in them? Do they rise to a challenge? Another thing which is really important, are they patronizing? Are they going to talk down to you? The whole joke about mansplaining, are they going to try and over-explain something which you already understand? But in many ways, that's a two-way street. You, as the mentee, need to be able to discuss with the mentor those aspects. So again, in my experience, the mentee needs to spend time researching what they'd like to discuss. It shouldn't just be a one-way street. Can they transfer that knowledge and skills in a practical and meaningful way? And can they be on time for the meeting? Okay. Do they have a genuine interest in you? And again, this is something that is one of the red flags. If you start noticing some strange behavior in that relationship, rather walk away. Don't go and stick in a relationship because you feel forced or obliged to, which gets on to the next one. Be yourself. I mean, if you're a party animal, be a party animal. The mentor is going to pick it up really quickly what you're like. And if the two of you don't gel, to be quite blunt, you're wasting both parties' time. The whole network concept. So if you have that relationship, are they prepared and interested in introducing you to other people? Do they actually understand your industry and company? And as a sideline, and people are split in opinions on this, do you specifically want someone in the company as a mentor? My personal preference is not to have someone in the specific company you're working for, but to have someone outside. It's a lot easier to discuss things which are potentially contentious with someone that's not part of the power structure in a company, and you can trust them not to go back and talk about you to HR or senior management or your boss. Okay. Will they engage with you, and will they allow you to actually make mistakes? And they're not just going to come down and you like a ton of bricks for not doing it. Other things to take into account. Are they going to give you feedback all the time? And sometimes that feedback may be a bit harsh, but if you're going to enter into a mentoring relationship also with an attitude that you're not going to be prepared to take any criticism or guidance, then maybe that relationship or that mentoring relationship isn't for you, and you need to go and try and get someone else. Okay. Sometimes the truth has to be told, and sometimes there's no easy way to sugarcoat the truth. So sometimes if you're not performing, you need to be told you're not performing. It's not always a good idea to try and skirt around the bush, and then the person or the mentee is left thinking they're doing a great job until you get to your first year performance review and you get told that you're doing a really poor job and people are less than happy with your performance. Again, reputationally, are they consistent in the way they treat superiors and juniors? And this last one, and this is what I was asked several times to be added, is don't get involved in the physical relationship. So there are a number of mentorship programs which are available to you. South Africa runs a number of them, which you can see there. And then there's other international ones which you may or may not want to get involved with. I'm involved in the SEG one and in Bridge the Gap and in the SAIMM one. I'm also currently involved in the YMP, which is Young Mining Professionals in the UK. I also mentor on an informal basis to Camborne School of Mines and Imperial College. So some of you may be thinking, well, I've talked a lot, but how do we do it? There's actually a lot of resources available on the internet. And if you look at the article which was published in the Geo Bulletin, there's a number of resources there which you can go and refer to in terms of how to structure these meetings from your side before you enter into them. This is from an American Geological Foundation, where you can then go and map out where you would like to go and get different aspects from. And as you can see from this diagram, it will now allow you to go and work out, well, which mentors would you like in specific areas and specific aspects of your career development, or at least where you see it at the moment. So just a few comments and I'm going to conclude. If I was going to be mentoring, and these are the type of things I bring up when I'm talking to young professionals who are either in the field or are wanting to move into industry, what are the type of things I wish someone had told me when I started 25 years ago? Well, one of the first things is learn another language. It will make you a lot more transferable. So things like, why learn French? Well, if you want to work in Francophone Africa, so West Africa or Central Africa, French is a really good language to know. If you have a desire to go and eventually work in South America or Central America, learning Spanish is a really good idea. If you want to do exploration in places like Brazil, Mozambique or Angola, obviously Portuguese is something which is worthwhile considering. Russian will give you entry not only into Russia, but also into the ex-CIS states going around. And interestingly enough, if you are doing exploration in East Africa, for example, there was a lot of exploration work done in the 60s and 70s, and those reports are only available in Russian. So it may also, so Russian may not just be applicable to Russia in the CIS states, it also has a certain degree of usage in Africa itself. And then, of course, learning Mandarin. China is overtaking America. It is the world's largest consumer of products, and China is rapidly expanding into Africa. So again, at least having the knowledge of Mandarin is probably something worthwhile considering. I have colleagues in AMC's Moscow office who are fluent in Mandarin, Russian, English, and French. So, a lot of people in the world are actually a lot more multilingual than people, say, in the United Kingdom or in South Africa. Develop software skills. It's becoming more and more prevalent that companies want someone that can at least tick some of these boxes. You know, so GIS, QGIS is freely available for download. Geological modeling software is a lot harder to get. To the best of my knowledge, there's no decent freeware or shareware packages out there. But if you can learn how to do 3D geological modeling in something like Leapfrog or Datamine. A lot of big international companies are now looking for skills in database. So being able to use things like, being able to use, and we're not talking about just access, but being able to use databases becoming a lot more prevalent. And then, of course, geostatistical software. At some stage, you will probably need to understand geostatistics and how to run that. If you're thinking of further studies, and again, this is something to seriously consider, as the world starts moving into circular economies and green economies, there's more and more focus on a geologist having multidisciplinary skills and not just having a pure focus on hardcore geology. So consider trying to amalgamate metallurgy or finance or economics or ESG aspects into any studies that you do. And of course, try and get some expat experience outside of South Africa. It's harder and harder to do, admittedly, but having some of these skills, and especially having language skills, will always stand you in good stead and help you stand out above the rest of the young geologists trying to get input or get a job. But at the end of the day, just remember, it's all about you. So that's me concluded. If there's any questions or comments, I guess this is time to go for it.
Thanks very much, Mark. Wonderful presentation as usual. We've got some time. If anybody would like to ask any questions. It's also a great time to go and get yourself some coffee and take your freshly baked muffins out of the oven, because we're going to be pausing here after we've had a discussion from Mark, and then we will reconvene at past. But in the meantime, questions, please. Lauren, you go ahead.
Hello, I hope everyone can hear me. My computer's a bit glitchy.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. I totally agree with everything that you're saying, and it's very important that, you know, the younger guys coming up into industry realize the importance of mentorship and getting a mentor or coach right from the start. More of a comment than a question, what I also think is important is that mentoring for soft skills and technical skills at the same time, because as you go up in the organization, it becomes, you know, you have to be solid in your technical skills, but you need to be able to work with people as well. So it's important to not leave that till too late in your career, because change is hard. So yeah, so that was the one thing. And then also, you can't be what you can't see. So find a mentor that you can relate to and aspire to. And I really like the slide that you had at the end on, you know, learning a new language and going out of sort of geology and learning other skills. I think that's quite important. I did a black belt in Lean Six Sigma, and it has helped me tremendously. It will open up a whole new world if you are more than just a geologist. So yeah, thank you very much for that talk.
Thank you, Lauren. Temiswati, you have a question?
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity and the presentation itself. I am currently doing my
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, we lost you there for a while. Would you like to start again, please, Temiswati?
Oh, okay, no problem. Good morning, everybody. I just want to thank Mark for this wonderful presentation about mentorship. I think it's such an important initiative that more students need to be a part of. I'm currently doing my honors at the Northwest University in environmental geology. So I was just kind of asking, in terms of the type of mentorship that you would encourage students to do, because I noticed that a bulk of what you were talking about was more about industries, people who just got into the industry and have jobs already. But what kind of mentorship would you encourage from, you know, postgrad students, university students? Who should we be reaching out to? What kind of outlets can we use to do so? Because you also mentioned the importance of networking and how it's important to be in spaces where you are interacting with people. But how do we do that considering the state of the world? I think if we were at a conference, I would reach over to you and shake your hand and talk to you. But in instances like this, what kind of emails should I be sending out, and how do I get that recognition and for somebody to take me seriously when I reach out to them? Thank you.
Well, I guess most of the people that contact me for mentoring tend to be early career or people coming from university, so which is, I guess, where I focused on. ESG, interestingly enough, there is a number of conferences online. Last week, Responsible Raw Materials had a conference, and there was a whole load of presenters who are more than willing and helpful for young ESG professionals to contact them. If you drop me an email afterwards, I'm more than happy to put you in contact with them and the websites where you can go through and you can start seeing all those individual presenters. Obviously, LinkedIn is a great forum. You know, once you've got the names, then you can go to LinkedIn. A lot of people allow you to contact directly. Other initiatives which are out there is Interraw, which is the EU research group in terms of, you know, environmental and sustainability. There's things like World Economic Forum, who do a lot of free online events. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there. UNECE, they just did a big 4-day event, and ESG was right central and forefront to that. You know, so I guess it's just knowing where to start, and I'm more than happy if you get hold of me to put you onto some of those contacts. To get back to the previous comment, and again, I only focused on the I guess the technical aspects. The article that I wrote, which hopefully Tanya will also distribute along with the presentation, does give a list of readings and books which I would recommend that all young professionals start reading or requiring to go into the library, which talk about things, communication skills, management skills, and how to, you know, start developing your career within the industry. Because as was pointed out, as you start getting more senior, it's not about what you know, it's all about who you know, how you interact with people, and reading things, you know, understanding things like EQ, SQ, and cultural and cultures of organizations and societies that you're working in.
Thank you, Mark. I just want to interject there further on the ESG, and this is a punt for everybody online. Later in the year, in mid-August, the GSSA is going to be holding an ESG Inquisition over 3 days, in which we'll be looking at the international developments on the ESG stage. And many of the speakers that Mark spoke about from Intro and from Responsible Minerals will be presenting there as well. We will also be speaking to people within the mining industry here in South Africa about what they are doing, what they could be doing, what they should be doing, what they would like to be doing. So just keep that in mind and look out for it in the GSSA calendar. Before we get on to Pamela, I've got 1 or 2 questions in the chat, Mark. Firstly, one comes from Mchlase, which asks about the various skills one needs to have in the geology industry. And before I hand over to you, that is what we're doing at this GeoSkills course, is to give you some insight into some of the things that you would be needing to have in the geology industry. Mark, if you'd like to add on to that.
Sure. To my way of thinking, it gets back to, well, what do you actually want to do? Now, I understand that, and like me 25 years ago, and I think like every other person, Once you got that degree in your hand, the next big worry is getting a job, any job, and just so you can start paying off any student debts or getting some income. But at some stage, you need to sit down and decide, well, what do I want to go and do? Now, I guess that's where we get back to having a mentor. A lot of times, a mentor will be able to point out job choices or potential career paths which you've never even thought about. So, for example, when I started, it was unheard of for geologists to go into the mining route and become general managers. It just didn't happen. Even less so if you were not a white male. There was no discussion about geologists moving into mining finance, which is now a potential career path. There was no discussion or opportunities about geologists moving into environmental. There was no discussion or opportunities of geologists moving into government. All those career paths have now become open. So it's sitting down with someone who knows a bit more about the industry, which is why some of those SEG women in mining type of mentoring forums are really worthwhile, because they do often have open days, or used to have open days before COVID. And then you can get a wide range of ideas of potential career paths. And then obviously to start doing your own online research as well. But as Tanya pointed out, this is to give you some of the core skills for a geologist going into industry, and whether you're going to be working in an open pit or an underground mine or an exploration, these are some of the fundamental basic skills that you need.
Thank you. Pamela, would you like to ask your question, please?
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Hello.
morning.
Hi, Pamela.
Yeah. I've already asked it on the chat, but I'm going to repeat it here because would it not be a good idea for universities to start introducing some kind of training, especially to those who are ready to leave? For example, your honors class, introduce them to some modeling softwares, or so that just to give them an edge or prepare them to be ready for the industry. Because I found that that's kind of, every time you apply, even for introductory level, they will say they need some kind of a leapfrog or some kind of introduction to software. So would it not be a good idea for varsities to start introducing that?
I guess if we were living in a perfect world, yes. But remember, most software companies are business entities. So they tend, well, a lot of companies don't do that. There are one or two companies, I think, at Wits, Dassault has allowed training or allowed software packages to be released to the mining engineers. And I know some other universities in the UK, some of the software companies have started joint partnerships because they see that as a longer term investment. So the other thing, I guess, the reality, and if Professor Nwalia would like to step up because he is in that field, you also start running into things like time and budgets and procedures and protocols. It says, what do you determine a university to be? What's the role of a university versus the role of industry? And when I started working, as I said, 25 years ago, this was exactly the same discussion that was happening then. In my case, it was, why aren't students coming out being able to use Excel and Word? Why are universities not teaching them Excel and Word? And the university's comment was, well, we're not actually here to teach them that. We're here to teach students how to think and the basis of the scientific career. We're giving them the foundations, and once they've got the foundations, then as far as at that stage the universities were concerned, that then becomes a university responsibility. I don't know if Glenn would like to comment. Nope. Okay.
Okay, we're going to have to stop off there because
Sure.
we need to move on to our next presentation. But Mark, thank you once again for a fascinating talk and being willing to answer all these additional questions. In fact, if you go into the chat box, you will find a few other questions. If you wouldn't mind just spending 5 minutes answering them, that would be great.
Okay, sure, not a problem. I just need to unshare my screen.
Yes,
Give me
please.
a mo.
And our next presenter is Matt Mullins. Matt, I'm going to make you a co-host so that you can then share your screen.
Okay, and first and foremost, can you see me, Tanya? And I hope everyone
Yes, we
else
can
can
see you.
me.
We can hear you perfectly.
Fantastic. Well, hello from London, and I am delighted to be here today. And firstly, congratulations to the GSSA for organizing this all-important series of talks, and certainly a privilege for me to be able to present to you on project economics today. I'm going to share my screen. I think you might still be able to see me when I do. And I'm going to pull up my presentation and put it on. And Tanya, can I confirm that you can still see that?
We can see the screen, we can see you, so go ahead.
Fantastic. So let's go straight into it. This leads on very well from Mark's excellent presentation on mentoring. It is such a difficult industry in which to design a career path when there are so many unknowns. It's a cyclical industry, requires an enormous amount of skills to be able to successfully design and execute a career, if I can call it that, in this industry. So Mark's advice, I think, is absolutely excellent. I'll be adding a couple of my own as well, but more from the project perspective. I'm presenting this, but my colleague at Snowden, Matthew Jarvis, has helped me in terms of the live financial model that I'm actually going to show you. Hopefully that will be successfully displayed. So let's get on straight into it. Firstly, just the bios of myself and Matthew. I'm not going to go into it. There is a link to the presentation, and Tanya, if you're happy to circulate it as well, a link to last year's presentation, of which I'm not going to repeat much of. Last year, I did focus a lot on the ore body models that one needs to develop and the differences that you will encounter in different commodities, different commodity types, to all of the ins and outs that you need to know about in order to develop a successful valuation model in order to make a correct decision. I'm going to focus less on the geology this time and more on the overall project development side. So what I'm going to cover in this, firstly, if you can see all those pretty pictures, the introduction and a bit of background to the mining industry today, some comments from myself, which is essential context for anyone entering the industry or young professionals in the industry to know where's the money spent, where are you likely to find your way into the industry and in what context. Then critically, how do we create value in the mining industry? And more importantly, how do we measure that value? I'm going to focus on one aspect of measurement of that value, which is the income approach to valuation. I'm going to focus on one of the key inputs to that is how to develop a production schedule, which is the cornerstone of the valuation model. Just touch on estimating capital and operating costs. Also just touch on taxes and royalties, and then hopefully show you a live demonstration of a financial model. And we should have enough time for questions. I've got an hour and a half, which is a good time to present this topic, and I'm hoping to leave time at the end to cover off on the questions that you might have. Just to tell you what are those different pictures are. Firstly, bottom left is a zinc lead mine that I worked on in China called Lanping. The middle one is a fantastic photograph of the Ventersdorp contact reef from East Driefontein. At the top is potash from drill core in Saskatchewan in Canada. And on the right-hand side is bauxite core from high-grade bauxite core from Guinea in West Africa. Just to show you the various different geological types that we will need to address when we are modeling. And as I said earlier, I'm not going to go through them in too much detail, but every single geological setting will have its own idiosyncrasies, or geological types in which you have to be aware of when you're actually doing the financial modeling of those. So let's go straight into background. I'm going to cover off on this quite quickly on where we're at today and what does the industry look like? What industry are we in? So let's just start with the numbers. It's a capital intensive industry. Now, this is different to many other industries out there. Think of banking. It's not capital intensive by any means of the imagination. If you compare it to mining, we spend a lot of money. We spend an enormous amount of money. Firstly, the industry spends about 8 billion on exploration per year. I'll show you that. About 160 billion on development, and that includes project development, capital, sustaining capital, and about, although it's fairly lumpy, as I'll show, about 18 billion on mergers and acquisitions. That's the industry just rearranging itself, but it's a fairly big part of the overall numbers game in the industry. Why do we spend so much? Well, I'm not going to take you through too much of the detail, but essentially the world needs resources. The amount of resources that we need grows per year. The mix changes as the industry needs change. So, for example, with the electric vehicles coming in, the amount of different types of metals that are needed to sustain and to grow that industry changes. But the fact is that the world has a demand for metals and minerals that is pretty much proportional to the global domestic product average growth rate. The amount that we spend is large, essentially because we're dealing with a wasting asset. We consume our resource, and as we consume it, we have to replace it, and not only replace it, but we have to actually find enough to actually grow the industry as well. So let's look at an example from our favorite metal, copper. There's been a lot in the press on the dearth of new copper projects, and are we running out of copper, and are we going to have enough copper to sustain the electric vehicle market, and many other comments besides it. This basically shows that in the next 25 years, we will need more copper than what has been mined in the whole of Earth's history. And that is at a reasonably pedestrian growth rate of between 2 and 2.5% of gross domestic product globally. So world needs copper, and we are going to have to find it. To make matters worse, our recovery rates are declining, especially for copper and gold, and that is quite a concern in the exploration industries. I'll show you here. Exploration expenditure is lumpy. It is driven by commodity prices. This shows in the bars the amount of expenditure per year from 1996 to now, basically. And it has gone from a low of less than $3 billion per year, this is globally, to a high of $21 billion. Any geologist in the exploration industry will be able to tell you it's lumpy. The chance of being retrenched in the exploration industry is higher than in any other aspect of our industry, and this is why. If you look at the blue line, that's the index of the metals price, and you can see that exploration is driven by metals price, pure and simple. When prices are low, we don't spend on exploration. When prices are high, we spend a lot on exploration. As prices have gone up recently, you'll see the exploration environment and expenditure improve and expenditure increase. Exploration is the lifeblood of the industry. We know that, and yet we do actually make it difficult for us by having this lumpy approach to expenditure. And as I said earlier, there is a concern that we are spending more and more, and our exploration discovery rates are declining. A comment that I make at the top there as well is that exploration is a global game, and the money will chase not only geologically favorable environments, but very much also favorable fiscal regimes. Let's look at development. So this looks at it per commodity over the last 10 years as well. and a little bit of a projection to 2022. These are announced projects that in the pipeline, and so that's why you see that little bit of a decline going forward, because a number of projects have not been officially announced, but it's about $60 to $80 billion. Also lumpy, driven also by commodity prices, but you can see the breakdown in terms of the different commodities: copper, gold, and iron ore dominating the three big development expenditures. This excludes expenditure on brownfields and sustaining capital, and you can easily double those numbers to get to the total amount of expenditure, as I said earlier. This is of particular importance right now in the terms of our industry. The mining industry has weathered the COVID pandemic exceptionally well. This is a very, very good measure of how well it's weathered that. If you look at the market capitalization, that's the value on the stock exchange globally of the top 50 mining companies. And you can see in the blue bars, we've come from just under $1 trillion to something close to $1.8, $1.9 trillion at the moment. That is a phenomenal improvement. And in fact, much of that improvement has happened in the last 6 months. The world has discovered commodities. It's probably the best performing of any industry sector globally. Commodity prices, I haven't seen these prices since the peak of the super cycle over 10 years ago. Iron ore prices sitting at what, 237 now, Aussie dollars, 200 US. Copper prices sitting at, people are talking $15,000 a ton. Gold languishing a little bit, but that's expected because it's often contracyclical to the other commodities. But we are going through a boom. You've seen, I think, the stat that I saw in South Africa that commodities were up in terms of earnings for the country about 30% last year. I can't remember exactly, but it is phenomenal what's happening. If you look at the blue line there, the exploration price index, that's for exploration companies, that's also gone up quite nicely. And the pipeline activity index, which is also their measure, the Standard & Poor's measure of the number of new projects entering the pipeline, has also gone up. So very, very healthy. If you look at the breakdown of the top 50 mining companies, you can see on the top number of companies dominated by a couple of commodities, and also value per share very much dominated by a couple of commodities there. Let's go down. As I said, the mining industry is capital intensive, but let's have a look at the breakdown per commodity in terms of market sales. These are 2019 numbers dominated by gold, aluminium, copper, iron ore, and then the next bunch of base metals, mainly zinc, manganese, lead, nickel, down into silver, titanium, palladium. Some of the sort of commodities that are looking very, very interesting going forward are down at the bottom. No doubt, as the overall economies of the world change, as we enter into a more climate change sensitive world, those commodities will move up that list, most particularly lithium and others that you don't see on that particular list itself. But still very much the commodities that dominate infrastructure and dominate vehicles and dominate building growth in our economies are at the top of that list: the aluminium, the copper, the iron ore. On the right, a project that I worked on in 2001, at the time at $2.3 billion, it was the biggest mining development the world's ever seen, Antamina mine in Peru. That's what it looks like now. In 2001, I was there at that peak that you can see at 5,200 meters. The point that I want to make is that geology can take you into many, many very, very interesting parts of the world, and in many different out-of-the-way parts of the world. This is a peak in the Andes, as I said, in Peru. Projects of above $2.3 billion have become common in the 20 years since then, and we are seeing projects that exceed $10 billion nowadays. But that would be about the peak of an individual project size that you might look at the moment. However, before you think I'm focusing just on large projects, every single project that we do, however small, needs to be valued and needs a decision, and follows exactly the same path that I'm going to show you in terms of project economics and how we value it. If we just follow M&A as well, this goes back to 2009. You can see that in terms of activity, it is fairly lumpy as well. It's not so much like exploration because it's not necessarily driven by commodity prices, but a lot of activity in the after the global financial crisis, and then a resurgence of activity in the last 6 to 9 months. And then the final one in this section, just showing you what are the top 10 copper mines, and I want to show you this in particular because they're scattered around the world, obviously in Chile, United States, Mexico, Peru, Indonesia, and the top being Escondida, which I worked on as well, producing over 1 million tons of copper per year. These 10 mines are planning to spend over $10 billion in expansion projects over the next couple of years. And that's the scale of the investment that we're looking at in just a couple of mines, okay, admittedly large ones in the copper mining industry. Many of you, as you go through your careers, will have the chance to work on these and other mines. And I can only tell you, for me, it's been a great thrill to work on some of the greatest and biggest and best and most interesting geological deposits the world has ever seen. So who's a competent valuator? This is important because we have a regulatory environment. Many, if not most of our companies are listed on stock exchanges throughout the world. And if you sign off on a valuation, which is a fundamental for project economics, you need to be a competent valuator. The SAMVAL code basically says that you have to have the qualifications, ability, and experience, and satisfy your own mind. My interpretation of being a competent valuator is a person who has got sufficient broad-based experience of the industry to be able to understand the inputs to the valuation model, to be able to present that valuation model for final decision by the decision makers. That requires a person doing the valuation or involved in the valuation to have broad experience of not only the geological types that you're evaluating, the mining techniques, the mining methods, pit optimization, metallurgical recoveries. How does infrastructure work? Where do you get power and water? Economics and marketing, and most importantly, how does project management work? We all think we know a lot about how projects work, but project management is a specific skill and that we need to actually understand when we are evaluating projects. And this talks quite well to what Mark was talking about, the skills that one needs to develop to be able to successfully pursue a career in certain aspects of our mining industry. I use the word there aggressively because I believe that post-degree, these are the skills that one needs to acquire if one wants to be in this part of the industry going forward. Okay, so let's move on to the next section. How is value created and measured? Firstly, this is the value creation S-curve. It's an extremely important one. You start off on the left with exploration, or even an idea for exploration, a target for exploration. You want to go and look for a 1 million ounce deposit. You create value not in a linear fashion, but in an S-shaped fashion. That's very important. The steep part of the curve is where the maximum value is created. And I'll show you in the project phases in the next slide. That is when you are starting to do your technical studies to prove up the feasibility of actually mining and extracting that particular commodity that you might be looking at successfully and economically and not lose money on it. So the maximum value that you can create is in the early stage of the cycle. It's in the concept study phase and the pre-feasibility study phase. Value can be destroyed, on the other hand, by poor project definitions, in other words, a bad feasibility study, or poor execution. In other words, you build that project badly or not according to plan. You can reset your value, though, through technology breakthroughs, brownfields exploration, and through productivity. All three areas that are poorly understood in terms of value and how you can actually change the value of a particular project. What I'd like to point out to you in the bottom left, it can cost you a lot of money to study a project. If you are going to develop $1 billion project for base metals or bulk metals, it could cost you significant tens of millions of dollars to complete your feasibility study. So don't undertake that project development lightly. How do we value the projects? If we go on to the next one, the valuation codes throughout the world recognize 3 different approaches. Within each approach, you have a couple of methods. So you have the income approach, the market approach. A market approach is similar to property valuation, where you do comparative valuations, and the cost approach, where you look at, which is often done in early stage, valuation of exploration properties, for example, and you work out on a multiple basis the value of your property based on what you've spent on it and its geological prospectivity. I'm going to focus on the top one, the income approach, as it is the most commonly used one in project economics. Let's look at the project pipeline first and foremost. The mining industry globally recognizes this project pipeline. Prior to concept study, you will have an exploration and advanced exploration, and I'm not showing that there. You then go through those little triangles are meant to represent milestones or points of decision making where you advance from one phase of the project to the next phase. It's important to recognize that it's not a continuum. It stops at the end of each phase and you start the next phase, which with different deliverables and different things that you do in that particular phase. Once you reach the end of feasibility, that's the point at which a decision is made on whether to proceed to execution. And then once you've executed a project, it becomes an asset which produces cash. If you look at the thinking that you need throughout that project pipeline, firstly, strategic thinking. What commodity are you chasing? What size of project are you looking for? What kind of company do you want to be? How do you want to grow your company? Into pre-feasibility, which is really the divergent thinking. Once you've found a project, on how do you actually develop it? What are the various options that you need to look at to develop that? Out of that pre-feasibility needs to come one single option for development that you then optimize in your feasibility study, and you do sufficient work in the feasibility study to provide decision makers with enough confidence at the right risk level for them to commit the money to build the project. That then is your convergent thinking, which says you are there to actually make sure that your project is developed in the absolute optimal, or studied and developed in the optimal way possible. And valuation approaches are linked to this project pipeline and with different ways of looking at it. So your financial model in a pre-feasibility will be set up to look at various options. In the feasibility, it'll be set up to look at detail within one option. And a decision, as I said, is required at each toll gate. I'm not going to go through this one in too much detail, but there are various of them that you can find in various publications around the world. I think this one's from the AusIMM Monograph 27 Cost Estimation Handbook. And you can see the various deliverables that are expected in each phase of your concept, pre-feas and feasibility study, and looking at the capital estimate accuracy, going from sort of plus minus 30% all the way down to plus or minus 10% in your feasibility. You're getting much, much better idea on what your project economics look like as you get better definition of your inputs. This applies as much to your ore body model, as to your mine plan, as to your capital cost, as to your operating costs, and the definition of the various parameters, each and every one that you'll use in a financial model. Okay, so let's focus on the income approach to valuation. I just want to do a quick check on time. We're doing fine, Tanya. So first and foremost, we need to construct a valuation model. how does that valuation model look? It is a spreadsheet. And Mark was talking about spreadsheet skills and word skills. I think those are absolutely essential building blocks for any person in the mining industry to actually understand how to write a report. In other words, how to use Word, and how to find their way around a spreadsheet. In other words, how to use Excel. I don't think a day goes by, work day goes by in my working life that I don't use both of those two tools, and need to be able to use them at a sufficient level of expertise. So Excel, we really have 4 different cash flow streams. So first and foremost, we build up our production and revenue stream. So how much are we going to produce? What is our price going to be? And how much revenue are we going to get? Secondly, we have to see how much is it going to cost us to build this project or expand the project. So that's your capital expenditure. Thirdly, we need to see what is going to cost us to run this project. In other words, our operating costs. How much is labor going to cost us? How much is spares going to cost us? Diesel, and all of those aspects of running a project, running an operation. And the fourth one is how much are we going to pay in taxes and royalties. Every single valuation model can be boiled down into these 4 cash flow streams. Out of those 4, you can calculate any number of financial metrics. I call those 4 that I've shown on the left-hand side the prime decision metrics. That is your net present value, your internal rate of return, your payback period, and your capital efficiency ratio. Taken together, they give you sufficient information on which to make a decision for your project. So let's go into those. So your net present value, it's a measure of how much you're going to get back based on your investment. You invest $1 billion and you get a net present value of $2 billion. That is what you're going to get back after paying back your cost of capital. And that's a critical thing, because your cost of capital, often called the discount rate, is your prime amount that you need to actually pay back, whether it's investors, whether it's bankers, or whether it's equity, before you actually make money for shareholders. So it is the surplus of cash received, and it's discounted. Really, really important, because money tomorrow is not the same as money today. It is worth less because of discounting. Payback is a measure of how long the investment needs to work before you actually pay it back. This is particularly important for banks, so they would very much want to know if they're going to lend you $1 billion, how long is it before they get their $1 billion? Is it going to be 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? And really importantly, it needs to be measured on a discounted basis as well. Internal rate of return is the number that we often colloquially talk about. It's our return on investment. It gives us an idea of the quality of the investment. Fundamentally, a 20% return is better than a 10% return. Fundamentally, if your discount rate is 10% and your return is 8%, you're actually going to lose shareholders' money. And that's often why we call that discount rate, or whatever rate we use, a hurdle rate of return. It's colloquially very useful, but it hasn't got a particularly good definition. Capital efficiency ratio is an excellent tool to rank projects. If you want to do one project as opposed to another, you use the capital efficiency ratio. And very simply, it's the amount of capital borrowed, or it's the net present value divided by the amount of capital borrowed. So let's say your NPV is $1 billion and your investment is $1 billion, your capital efficiency ratio is 1. Fundamentally, a capital efficiency ratio down at 0.3 or 0.2 is probably not a very good investment. Capital efficiency ratio above 0.5 and especially above 1 is a very good investment. I'll make a comment down at the bottom there on payback. Many banks, and this is not built into any valuation or reporting code that I know of, require a certain confidence in your resources before they'll lend you money. typically they would say that the amount of measured resource, which is your highest confidence resource, should be above a certain threshold in the mine plan defined by the payback period. There are variations on this theme, but it's an extremely important one to remember. Let's look at what I was talking about graphically. So the top left-hand one. So all your capital goes out right in the beginning. You have to spend the money. You have to build the plant and the mine before you can actually produce any revenue. So those blue bars showing the capital expenditure, and the little blue bars show the amount of capital that you're spending on an annual basis throughout the life of that operation. That's your sustaining capital. You then have in the yellow, you have your operating costs. In the red, you have your taxes. And then the balance of your revenue minus your operating costs and taxes gives you the green. So in this particular example I've shown you, it is positive. So you are making overall money year by year. If you look at the top right, that's a typical production schedule. So for an open pit mine, these are all open pit, and you are showing ore mined. And obviously you mostly have a stripping ratio, so you have to remove waste, sometimes a lot of it up front to get to the ore body, and then waste removal throughout the life of the operation. And this is a fairly typical, fairly simple production schedule. In terms of operating costs, yeah, on the bottom left, you can see a breakdown for this particular project, and this was a porphyry copper in Chile that I'm showing you. The waste cost, the mining of the ore, your processing cost, and then it had solvent extraction and electrowinning cost. That's actually producing copper cathode. Your fixed, so you have fixed expenditure. That's things like security, etc. Royalties, rehabilitation, and closure costs. And that's the breakdown in terms of your operating costs. Your net present value, the lovely green hockey stick, shows the cumulative NPV year by year in the hockey stick bar, and then in the discounted cash flow in the green bars themselves. Obviously negative for the first 2 years as you're spending capital, and then turning positive as your revenue exceeds your operating costs. It's a declining bar because it's discounted. So as I said earlier, money tomorrow is not worth the same as money today. So you discount it by your discount rate, and I'll show you what a discount rate looks like now. So what is a discount rate? So in simple terms, it's the cost of capital. If you go and borrow money from the bank, they're going to charge you a cost. And that is reflected in the discount rate when we actually develop a project. There are usually 3 terms to a discount rate. The first is your cost of capital. The second one is your country risk premium. And the third one, which I'm not going to talk about now, is your project risk premium. Let's talk firstly about how do you develop a discount rate for your project. There are 2 ways of doing it. The most popular way is what's called the weighted average cost of capital. And that is so if you take a Rio Tinto or an Anglo-American or a BHP, they would collectively borrow money for unspecified projects, and they have a cost of borrowing that money. Typically, and I have no insight into what it actually is, typically the cost of borrowing money for a large mining company would be sort of 6%, and it would be based on the London Interbank exchange rate, LIBOR. You could also use the capital asset pricing model, which I'm not going to go through now, but it's typically used by shareholders. And so it would be used in royalty sort of companies to determine the discount rate that they expect out of their royalties, for example, if they're investing in a gold company. Your country risk premium is an additional term on top of your weighted average cost of capital to account for doing business in countries that are risky. Mining, get used to it, is a risky business. It's risky from a capital expenditure point of view, and it's risky from a geopolitical point of view. We didn't decide where the ore bodies would be, and many countries in the world have higher risk than, say, the OECD countries. And so you have to have a higher risk premium for investors to do business in that country. So if the investor is sitting in the UK and your country risk premium is, say, 0 to 1% there, and your operation or project is in the DRC and your country risk premium is 4 or 5, the differential is the risk that that investor would have to take in order to invest in a project in a country other than the country that he or she has their funds in, or that bank, for example. Project risk premium is popular in some quarters. I won't discuss it here. As I said, it's often a premium that's added onto your project just to account for the fact that we don't think we really know how risky it's going to be. It's in many bigger companies, it's no longer popular. In many small companies, it's very popular. So if you look at a typical discount rate that one would use in a mining project, anything from 10 to 15% would be the norm. For bigger companies, it would be down at 6 to 8%. For smaller companies, a lot higher. Often when we do our valuation models, we just stick in 10% without any thought going into it. Okay, move on from the discussion on discount rates can be one that can consume days, if not weeks. So I've just given you a little bit of a flavor for it. It's an essential input into your financial model, and some thought needs to go into it. Importantly for your model is, what is the valuation date? So the model I'm going to show you in a moment is as a date of 1st of January 2021. The important thing is that costs that we've spent up to that day gets thrown away. We ignore it. We don't, in a valuation model, we don't take any account of sunk costs. So you could have spent $1 billion till then, but as at your valuation date, it's a forward-looking date, and the valuation is as at that date. The other one is, I'll show you there, this model that I'm going to show you has a weighted average cost of capital or discount rate of 8%. It's a manganese model for South Africa. And you can see that on the right-hand side are various scenarios. So you have an active, so this is particularly useful in a pre-feasibility study where you want to model various scenarios, and you can select your scenarios. So you can see on your selected case, in this particular model, selected case of 1. What sort of returns can we expect? And this is from Anglo Platinum, I think it was last year sometime. These are brownfields projects, and this was in one of their presentations. So you can see the amount of capital that they're spending on those 5 projects, how much production it's going to produce, what the payback period, and what the internal rate of returns are likely to be. Now you go put your money in the bank and you're going to get 3% if you're lucky, and that might even be without taking inflation into account. And I haven't talked about inflation or not, but remember, all the numbers that I'm talking about are REL. They are post-inflation numbers, so inflation is taken out of the equation. The mining industry generally works on REL numbers. We will inflate numbers to get our taxes correct, but then de-inflate them back to REL numbers. So those are the kind of returns that you can expect. These are just the other examples of, this is successive brownfields exploration developments by BHP in the Pilbara. You can see the amount invested and then the cumulative cash received and the corresponding internal rate of return on that. Invested $10 to $15 billion with a return of 15%. Any fund manager would give their eye teeth to have those sort of returns. And that is why the mining industry is very, very popular in many fund investment circles, although in many fund investment circles, it is absolutely a no-go because of the risk involved and because of our history of actually getting it wrong in terms of project development. We have got better in terms of consistently developing projects without messing up and without losing all of our money. but we are still prone to getting it wrong. This is where geologists and good mining engineers in any project are worth their weight in gold in terms of understanding and reducing the risk in the ore body models and mine plans that we produce. And then finally, looking at the kind of returns that you can get from just comparing greenfields and brownfields. Brownfields wins every time. The minute you've invested a sufficient amount in your infrastructure and in associated facilities like processing facilities, your brownfields will give you far, far better returns than a greenfields. But remember, those greenfields will become brownfields. And if you can have a look at those, the numbers that we're looking at, any returns on the brownfield side, anything up to 100% return, which is phenomenal in any investment terms. And in greenfields, still not bad in terms of an average, I think I've crossed there of about 12% for commodities, everything from copper to potash to coal. Okay, that leads us on to Tanya. I'm going to just move on a little bit and then come to the live model. Remember, pricing is, I just sort of touch on this because it's also a huge subject. When it comes to gold and a couple of other commodities, we get the price that is quoted. However, most commodities are not priced that way, especially bulk commodities. Even if you look at your base metals, so your copper is, if you're producing concentrate, you still have to pay for the refining, the treatment and refining. So you only get a percentage of the copper in your concentrate that you export. If you're producing LME grade copper, that you also have discounts on the quality of your LME grade, if it's A, B, or C. Bulk commodities have a variety of pricing as well. And then one also has to consider where you actually get paid that money. So I've said, if you export, say, iron ore from Kumba, do you get paid at Saldanha Bay, or do you get paid when that iron ore arrives in China? It's absolutely critical. So the basis on which you quote your price is really important. See, I've given you a couple of those. CIVF, which means that you pay for the cost, insurance, and freight. And that would mean that you pay for your iron ore to get to China or wherever the market is. FOB is free on board. That means that the minute you put your product on board that ship, it's out of your hands. You get paid for what you put on that ship. And there are various other ones. So it's important to note the value, I mean, the point at which you get paid for that particular product. I came across a valuation model the other day that was selling concentrate and they had it in at full price. So ignored the treatment charges and the refining charges, which can be up to 25% of your total value of your ore that of your product that you're selling. Obviously incorrect. Remember to add in freight if you are transporting it to the final destination. Just in terms of pricing, you can see around at the bottom there, manganese ore. I've modeled 5 different scenarios on that. And just to explain what those are, consensus is the industry consensus from recognized analysts or companies like Standard & Poor's for their forecast of that particular commodity pricing. You can find it. You can find it, go and Google consensus price for any commodity and you'll find that. Then consensus also gives you an upside case. You have an internal, so you might have your own view of what that price is going to do. The internal consensus price, for example, you might get a couple of people in your company who get together and actually decide on what your consensus price is going to be. And spot. Spot is what is today's price. So you can model the spot price. So there are a variety of prices that you can model. Just remember there's an important point here, and probably the most common mistake that I find in valuation models is that people escalate the price and don't escalate the cost. That is a big no-no because it just creates a very, very, very favorable project for you, and it's not right. and I won't take you through the theory behind it, but you can't do that. Value in use modeling is extremely important. And this is an example from iron ore. Today, you might have looked at the iron ore price and said, wow, $200 a ton. That is fantastic. But you may not have looked at on what basis is it. Is it 62%, for example? Is it lump? Is it fines? And on what basis of deleterious elements is it based? So you will get premium for above your quoted number. So Brazil, for example, sells 66%. I think Kumba is close to that as well. The Pilbara would sell 62%. If you're selling 66%, you'll get a benefit from those extra iron units. However, you'll get pinged for deleterious elements like aluminium, silica, and phos. And those can all get worked out in a value in use model, as I've shown you here. So the actual price that you might receive might be different to what you actually see in the paper. If you draw up your valuation model based just on what's quoted in the press, you might be quite wrong compared to what you actually are selling. So let's just look very quickly at how do you develop the production schedule. Now, there are many ways of doing this. I'm going to show you the open pit example of how to develop a production schedule. This, for example, is a mine that I worked on, diamonds, Tanya, up in Canada, close to the Arctic Circle, called Ekati. And it's very important in this to realize that you need to actually have a number of different parameters before you can actually value this. Most importantly is how much you're going to get for your diamonds. So you have to have sufficient diamonds that you can do what's called a parcel evaluation of those diamonds to actually determine your final price. And it's a critical thing to remember in diamond valuation and a number of other commodities besides diamonds, although diamonds are the ones that are most commonly quoted in this area. How do we get a production schedule for an open pit? It's a similar process for an underground, but I just want to show you the open pit process. Pit optimization is the established methodology for doing it, whereby you input your resource model and all of the parameters, metallurgical parameters, cost parameters. As you can see on the left-hand side there, you have a mining cost, a recovery, mining recovery, and mining dilution. And you can see all the different rock types that are in there. And you have all the costs and the revenues at the bottom left. And you plot a pit-by-pit graph, which plots net present value versus size of pit. Where that net present value peaks is the optimum pit. And that is what you would design an optimum pit on. And on the bottom right, you would then schedule that optimum pit. So in other words, waste and tonnage and grades. And then the mine planners would work their magic to make sure that you could add in the ramps and the various infrastructure like the waste dumps onto that to create what a fully fledged mine plan. All the input parameters, including your costs and the capital, would then be inputs into your financial model. So let's look at what a typical operating cost would be. Capital cost. Capital cost estimation is a very, very specialized area, and it requires one to estimate the capital associated with building every aspect of your mine and plant. So let's, for example, say your mine is going to be operated with let's say an open pit mine with a certain machinery. You would have to cost the trucks and the shovels that you would need. For an underground mine, you'd cost your shaft and your development, which would all go into capital. How much would it cost you to build a rail if you're railing your commodity? How much would it cost to build a port? Each of those you would build from a bottom up on how much it costs to build each and every component, subcomponent of that capital cost. On top of that, once you've got your direct costs, you have significant indirect costs as well. So common distributables, as I've shown there, your EPCM, which is the most common a way of building large projects at the moment, and there are a number which I'm not showing you now. Stands for engineering, procurement, construction, management. So that is the most common contracting model that is used in the mining industry to build a project. You would go to a Fleur or a Hatch to firstly develop the capital cost, and usually the same company would actually build that operation for you. You have to take into account escalation. So from when you start studying your project to when you actually deliver your feasibility, could be anything up to a couple of years, typically sort of 1 to 2 years for a feasibility study. There's escalation in the meantime. You have foreign exchange, so exchange rates vary during that time. You have a range in terms of range of capital costs and a range of schedule in terms of the time that it's going to take to build it. That costs money. And then a contingency. That contingency is related to the slide that I showed you previously on the accuracy of your estimate. So the higher or the lower the accuracy of the estimate, the higher the contingency that you have to apply, because that tells you that there are things that you've estimated in your capital cost or that you have not taken into account in your capital cost, and you need to have a contingency for it. You also have to have owner's costs, and that is what it costs you as the owner of the project to actually make sure that you can manage both the contractor who's going to build the project and the associated aspects of that project, the legal, the environmental, the geology, the mine planning. If those sits under the owner's team, those all have to be taken into account in the building of that project. And obviously from an employment point of view, the geologists and the mining engineers who are employed by that particular project or that particular company. You can see sunk costs are there. Those in this particular case are added to the owner's cost, but that's purely to show what it was. It wouldn't have been taken into account in the valuation. In fact, you can see it's taken out in that bottom one. And then you have, this is for a bauxite project in Guinea. I've just shown you one that's a little bit out of date so that there's no sensitivity to it. Would have cost $4.5 billion. You can see capital intensity on the right-hand side. This is just for new gold mines. This is an incredibly valuable benchmarking exercise to use, and you can plot up how much it's going to cost you per unit of production or per unit of anything, for example. So per unit of ton or per unit of gold. But capital intensity is a very, very good way of working out whether your capital that you're looking at for your project is in line with what the industry has been spending or plans to spend for that particular type of deposit and that particular type of construction. Let's look at operating costs. So here again, I've chosen to break down your operating costs by labor, contract services, maintenance, rail, and other. And then those are the fixed costs. And then you have variable costs. The variable costs are obviously those items that you only pay for per usage. So here the corporation is paying for its feedstock, which is bauxite. It's paying for caustic soda, raw materials, coal, diesel, etc. And you get a total operating cost. Now that can be in dollar terms, or it can be in unit terms, so dollar per ton of mined, milled, produced, or whatever way you want to look at it. But those would be how you build up your operating costs from a basis of, for example, labor, how much you're going to pay people, what pay categories are they going to be, how many people do you need, and then working out the cost of your actual labor. And the same with your variable costs. You would work out how much caustic soda you need to dissolve the bauxite, and you would have a price of your caustic soda in dollars per ton, and then you would work out that and put it into the model. So the gold industry works a little bit differently. It calculates its costs in terms of all-in sustaining costs, so it includes sustaining capital in its AISC. This came about 10 years ago, I think, because analysts were concerned that gold mines were underreporting their total costs. And so the AISC was developed as a way for gold mines to report their costs. You can see this is up till the end of last year, and it's a little bit cut off, but the total AISC for on the bottom left for in terms of a cost curve or is averaging about $1,500 per ounce, and you know that the current price is about 1,800, so most mines are still operating fairly profitably, in fact well profitably, and it would look a lot better with platinum mines, because you would take your byproduct credits into account, like palladium, rhodium, etc., when you build up individual cost curves. Those are just some very good pictures of the top 10 or 6 of the top 10 gold mining companies in the world. Kalgoorlie Super Pit on the bottom left, Goldstrike going up, Grasberg, Muruntau, Carlin, and Pueblo Viejo in Mexico. Copper works a little bit differently in terms of costs. So it has what's called the C1, C2, and C3 costs, C1 being your direct capital costs, C2 being your capital costs including depreciation and amortization, and C3 includes your sustaining capital cost as well. You need to know this and the specifics of every different deposit type and how the industry works in different commodities to be able to do the valuation. This is an example closer to home. We're getting close to our hour mark, almost there. Showing you Kloof, Driefontein, Beatrix, and Cook, and the broad breakdown between labor, electricity, power, and water in green, and consumables mostly in the plant, of course, and diesel and underground explosives in the orange. You can see that labor constitutes for South African gold mines, about 50% of the cost. This would be lower when you have highly mechanized mines, and a little bit higher in some sort of highly labor-intensive mines. But South African gold mines would be at the sort of maximum. I've never seen, though, any operation where labor has been more than about 55 to 60% of the total cost. If you look at your all-in sustaining cost versus revenue, you can see what happens in the South African mining industry, where the gold price and the AISC cross lines, and the industry or individual mines in the industry start to run at a loss. These are a little bit out of date. Apologies for that, but I just wanted to show you, illustrate to you how the margins that generally are preserved over time. So inflation will lead to an increase in operating costs, but in turn that leads to an increase in price as well, because the exchange rate of ZAR to US dollar will decline in proportion to that differential inflation rate, and the margin is generally preserved. However, that doesn't always hold true when you get spikes in terms of price or spikes in terms of costs. And just to show you the breakdown in costs, the last one here, for a large iron ore mine in Minas Rio, this has been in the news a lot. I think one of the biggest mining developments ever, $8.8 billion. Fantastic development that has been held up by mostly environmental concerns. But if you look at the cost curve, where it sits on the actual cost curve, and if you look at where the costs are actually incurred, firstly on the mine, $10 to $11 a ton. Beneficiation, that's about 9, another 9. Pipeline to the coast, another 2. You've got to filter the ore before putting it on the ship. You have ship loading costs, and then other costs amounting to about $33 to $35 a ton. So you can see the breakdown of a typical sort of iron ore mine in Brazil. It's a little bit different in the Pilbara, because you and Kumba, for example, because you transporting mostly dry. You're not transporting by pipeline. And then to finish off this capital intensity comparison, you can see the weighted average project capital intensity on the left-hand side for various projects. You can see that's a very, very powerful tool to use on whether you're spending too much money on your project, as I mentioned earlier. The bottom left shows a gold one, and on the bottom right, this is a new major copper mine in Arizona, where the capital intensity is significantly lower because of the type of project that you're looking at than the industry average. Final slide on royalties and taxes. The mining industry, and I don't have the latest stats, but pays a significant amount of royalties and taxes. In South Africa itself, you can go through these tax rates and royalty rates yourselves, but I think this is 2018 numbers, it paid 50 billion rand in royalties and taxes. So 8 billion in royalties, 22 billion in company tax, and then you've got to take into account the pay as you earn paid by each and every employee of a company, and that would be a further 21 billion. This has now gone up significantly since 2018. So in South Africa itself, the mining industry contributes significantly to the fiscus. And one shouldn't ignore that. It's the same worldwide. I think the average tax rate that mining companies pay, excluding pay as you earn paid by employees, is about 26%. And that's a matter of public record that you can have a look at in the company's annual report. So now I want to show you, Tanya, I'm going to try this live. I'm going to swap screens. I have a live model just for 5 minutes. Can I please confirm that you can see that?
Yes, Matt, we can see that.
So I'm just going to take a couple of minutes showing you what an actual model looks like, and then we can hand over to questions. I think we're on time for that. And so this is the model that I showed you about. Firstly, it's an open cast manganese valuation model. You can see the various scenarios that I've sketched out there, and you can see the assumptions. So this is your control. So evaluation date, the most important thing, the discount rate, which view, so I can swap. I can say, I can look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In terms of the scenarios, those are the scenarios that we've done. Each of them would have an associated price and production schedule. I can do sensitivities by varying the price, the foreign exchange, the operating costs, the capital expenditure, production volumes, and the rail capacity. So those are the sensitivities that I've chosen there. As you know, getting from Hotel to any port is a mission. I think Port Elizabeth's one of the closest, and that's a good 800 and something kilometers. So rail cost is a significant part of the cost of production of any Hotel manganese field producer. I'm going to bring you back to the net present value. Let's just go to my assumptions page. So, and I'm going to just go up to the top. So this is a typical model. There again, my models start 1st of January. Models are generally done in annual terms. You occasionally would do it in quarterly or monthly terms, but they're generally annual terms. Mining industry, you know, you will develop mines that have 2 or 3 years life. Marsfontein is a wonderful example of that. But generally, your mines that you're going to be spending a significant amount of capital on, you want time to get the return on your investment. So your time would be sort of shorter for gold mines, longer for bulk materials, anything from 5 years to 50 years. But you would do your model generally in annual terms. This is your pricing. So your pricing is based on a 37% manganese. Now, if you're producing at 44% manganese, as we are in this case, you need to convert your price to a 37%. So you need to use that value in use graph to actually do the conversion. At the same time, you'll see that we're selling CIF. So we're paying for the costs, the insurance and the freight. So we're actually selling it out of this particular example, out of Port Elizabeth, but we're only going to get paid when it arrives in our destination port, which in this case is China. There are our 5 different scenarios that we've sketched. The the price scenarios are free on board in Port Elizabeth because those are the quoted prices. We have to convert it to CIF. Just remember that. And there's your 5 different pricing scenarios. At this stage, we haven't put any sensitivity around the pricing. At the same time, we have to have an exchange rate, and we have 5 different pricing, so 5 different scenarios for the ZAR to US dollar exchange rate. We have material mined. So those numbers are 3 million tons mined. We have feed into the plant, also just under that, 3 million. There's a little bit of waste in this particular operation. We have a small amount of processing losses, and then we have an amount that we actually rail down to Port Elizabeth. We have a small amount that we transporting by road as well, and those are what we put on the ships. Okay, so remember as well, pricing is different in most bulk commodities for lumps versus fines. So your lump proportion, say in the Pilbara, would generally be about 40%. Kumba is exceptionally fortunate in having about a 60% lump. I forget what we built into this manganese model, but you would get a premium for lumps versus fines. You also have a product quality. So there's your benchmark grade. So we're modeling it all at 37%. Your lump grade and your fines grade would be a differential, and a fines discount 13%. And a lump, then you need to know how much water is inherent water is in the ore. So you need to know that, and that's fairly low for this one. Your mining costs. So there's your mining costs per ton of ore moved. The strip ratio that you have, this is fairly high, manganese for 10, and your mining cost per material moved. Freight costs. Demurrage. Demurrage is an interesting one because this could actually form a fair amount of your overall cost. That is the amount of time that a ship needs to wait at the port before it gets loaded. And when your ports are overloaded, as South African ones tend to be, when there's a commodities boom on, your demurrage can be a significant proportion of your overall cost. So they're $10,000 per day. For bigger size ships, it would be a lot higher. Other selling expenses, you need to actually pay for marketing costs. You have your processing costs as well. How much is going to cost you to get it into the form that you can actually sell it? Your rail costs, you can see, is a significant amount of the overall cost. There's your road costs. Offloading, so you have to take it off the rail or off the truck when you arrive at the port, and you have various logistics overheads. So I'm not going to go through this in much more detail. That's your indirect costs, corporate and overheads, depreciation and amortization, environmental provisions, for example, and then this is your capital expenditure. This is how much you're going to spend. In this particular case, the total would be $364 million to build your mine. You have sustaining capital, which is often worked out as a percentage of your operating costs, and then rehabilitation, you have to be contributing to a rehabilitation fund from year to year. So those are all the assumptions that go into this particular model. Let's look at the model itself very quickly. And you starting at the top, there's your pricing, your forex, your product quality, your production, and there's your revenue. So you're earning about $180 million per year. There are all your costs, your demurrage, your shipping, logistics costs, cost summary in terms of realization, that's for your price, the mining, processing, other indirects, logistics, corporate, and so there's one cash cost, there's your total cash cost. And at the bottom line there's your royalties, that's your growth capex and your sustaining or maintenance capex. And there's the financial summary, you work out your net present value. Okay, so I'm just going to go down. And you have what's called the EBIT, which is earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amort. You take off your capital expenditure, changes in your working capital. You have your unleveraged, so that's your cash flow without any borrowings or any financial instruments. And you have a discount rate, which is based on your exchange rate. And for every year, you have a discounted cash flow. You add all of those up and you have your net present value. So in this case, a net present value for a 15-year manganese operation in the Hotazel manganese field is $225 million. And wherever you see a company announcing an NPV of XYZ, that is where that number would come from. So back to finishing off. So just quick conclusions. And let's put it back on screen show. So as I said, it's capital intensity. Capital intensive. We spend a lot of money. Anyone involved in exploration and in acquisitions, and especially in the project development world, would know how much money we actually spend. Every single project that we do, though, needs to be valued and it needs to inform a project decision. That valuation will dictate how and when and if people invest in that particular project, whether it's owners or whether it's financiers. Valuation people come from many backgrounds, from technical to financial. My view is that the best valuation person is someone from a technical background. I would say that, of course, geology or mining, and knowledge of the broader aspects of mining makes you just so much of a better person to valuation. You need to take into account so many aspects when you're doing evaluation, everything from the environmental side to the pricing side to discount rates. Now, although you don't have to be an expert in any one of those fields, it helps if you've actually taken the effort to actually understand those worlds and how people actually come up with those numbers. So even though you might say, well, to your financial guys, give me the discount rate to work on for this particular financial model, it is so much more important to ask them, how did you work it out? How did you come to the weighted average cost of capital that we use in our company, for example? Just as a last point, ore body estimates, mine schedules are not exact calculations. Neither is the financial model that is built in. We tend to talk about everything as if it's all fixed and it's all one number, and this is it. I'll show you a $224 million NPV and everyone actually will buy that. But meanwhile, it's plus or minus. And we can model that using various techniques. One I'm just showing you here which is called, this is using Crystal Ball, where you actually produce a distribution of NPVs based on input variables that are distributions. This gives you a much, much more powerful tool in terms of decision making. For example, shown in the red and the blue there, you can calculate the probability that your NPV at a certain discount rate is greater than 0. With that, I am going to leave you and I'm going to open to any questions. Tanya, hopefully we've got a bit of time for that.
Yes, Matt, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation as usual. And we've got time for questions, which Matt had planned all along. So please raise your hand. Alec, do you want to ask a question?
No, sorry, it was a mistake.
I feel like I'm only going there because it's finished. Okay, do we have any questions? Carlo, please go ahead. Unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hi, good morning, Matt and everyone. Thanks very much for that. That was very informative. Thanks, Matt. I just want to know, in terms of country risk factors, how is that percentage calculated? Is that normally done by big financial companies? And how does one get to that figure? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's normally done by financial institutions, yes, based on the ability of a country to pay back its loans. So the countries that do not have good cash flow or very good country balance sheets tend to have high country risk premium. So I think Mozambique is sitting at about 6. Argentina is sitting sort of 6 or 7. I'm not sure. I think South Africa is sitting at about 2 or 3 at the moment. But a country like Australia, Canada would be sort of 1 or less.
Okay, thank you for that.
So I mean that's a very good point. So if you sort of developing a project and your discount rate, your cost of capital in your company is 8, and you have to add 6% onto for a country risk, it actually makes a huge difference.
Are there any other questions? I'm just going to have a look in the chat to see if I've missed some there. Okay, are there, David, if you'd like to unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Matthew, for a very, very interesting presentation. Mine is just a real quick basic question. I was just wondering, is there any way that one can get sort of their hands on an Excel model like this to sort of just get a bit of practice, or maybe look at like sort of backwards in time to see sort of how models can be aligned to the actual statistics that were generated from them?
Well, that's a very good point. So I know of many models that go around, but I don't know of any central repository where you could actually access models. Most of them you have to buy or attend a course in which they give them out for free. You know, my course on economic evaluation, we do hand out models. But that's a good point. They're so project specific as well. You know, you can't take a diamond valuation model and use it for gold, for example. But if you want to play around with one, just I'm happy to let you have this manganese model just either through Tanya or directly to me, and you can use it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And that goes for everyone on the call. If you'd like to look at that model, you're welcome to, but you just need to get hold of me, or we can let it. Tanya, I'll leave it to you how we can distribute it.
We're going to be sending out copies of all presentations that the presenters are happy with, and they will also get a live recording of everything as well.
So, David, sorry, perhaps I could add to that as well.
Oh.
If you've got reasonable Excel skills, I would say the best way is exactly as you're suggesting to understand a model is to go into one, have a look at it and say, hang on, how does this work? How does that work? And if you don't understand it, ask the person who did it. There are excellent guidelines for constructing models in the AusIMM. You can go find it. Techno-economic guidelines, I can distribute those as well. There's a general move in the industry towards making these models simpler and simpler, and away from the really, really complex models that we used to draw up 10 years ago that absolutely no one could understand, and unauditable and unintelligible. Nowadays, we go for the simplest possible models that we can, which still have all the required information in it. But that's why we divide everything into those 4 cash flow streams. Not everyone does it that way. I mean, you will come across a wide variety of models because there's no JORC or SAMRIC for models. even in the SAMVAL, we don't tell you how you must develop your model. So you will get a whole range of models. I much prefer the simpler variety that the layman can go into and understand. I always say that if someone can't understand my model, I have a problem, not that person. I need to create a model that actually exactly what you've asked, you can take and you can actually figure out what's going on to a certain extent with reasonable Excel skills.
That's so true. Sunday, you have a question?
Okay, thank you. Mine is not a question, but to say thanks, Matt. And I think your presentation it's quite simple, and it makes it even more clearer as I listened. And thank you. My other question is now answered, that we will have you will distribute the presentations. So yeah, thanks. I think the more we listen, the more clearer it becomes. Thank you for the good and simple, and simplified presentation.
No, thanks, Sunday. I remember you from a couple of years ago.
Yes, thank you.
Tumelo, you have a question?
Morning. Matt and Tanya, I've noticed that the GSSA normally runs the economic evaluation of minimum deposit costs over the years. Will the cost be running again this year?
Best person to answer that is Matt.
So I will. I have a new employer called Snowden, and we'll be running it through Snowden. We will look at how we can actually run it through the GSSA as well. It may not be this year. It may be early next year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Going once? Going twice? Sold to the fat lady.
So we have a couple of minutes to grab that cup of coffee. So Tanya, final word from me. Thanks so much. I think what you organized with this GeoSkills course is absolutely invaluable. I wish when I was starting out in my career 40 years ago that I'd had something similar. So well done.
Thank you, and thanks for your presentation again. I see Lloyd is already online, so we can go straight into the next presentation.
I'm going to
unshare your screen, please.
Yeah, just stop share. That's it. And I'm going to
Okay, Lloyd, you were here a minute ago. Would you just want to unmute your microphone to make it easier for me to find you, please?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, cool. Let me just make you a co-host.
Thank you.
And then you can share your screen. Okay.
Perfect. Tanya, can you see it?
We can see it. Yes, put it into presentation mode. You need to swap your settings around. So go up to display settings at the top of your note screen. Click on that and swap presenter view. There we go. There we can see your presentation and we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful.
Lloyd is going to be talking to us about some very interesting aspects of South African mining law. And so without any further ado, please get into it, Lloyd.
Okay. Well, thank you, Tanya, and thank you to everyone in the audience and attending once again. It's always a pleasure to speak to you all, even though it's on a topic that you may not be that familiar with, but during the course of this presentation, there's a slide that I think might surprise you because I think you know more about the law than most, but we'll get to that slide. So this is, as Tanya said, on South African mining law and what I think you should know about it and what I'd like to share with you. And, you know, now that we are kind of in this, hello?
I just want your head. I don't want your head.
Yes, we can still hear you.
Okay, no, I just hear someone speak in the background. I'm not sure if it's one of the audience or one of the participants maybe not being on mute, but
We've
if
just
you can-
muted everybody else.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. If you guys can hear me, I can hear you. So wonderful. Now that we're in this kind of world of not being able to be with one another in the same room and actually be presenting in an intimate kind of fashion, it does become a little bit weird doing this in this way. And I couldn't help myself to greet you all in what, to me, it always kind of reminds me of creepy hacker font. This font that I've got on the screen here. And I wanted to all welcome you and say hello to all of you in this creepy hacker font. But that's just, my silly sense of humor and trying to inject jest in what is otherwise a very disfamiliar or an impersonal way of being with you all. But I hope that during the presentation, and hopefully more so towards the end, that we can ask and answer questions with our screens on and being a little bit more intimate with one another. So let's try and make the best of this situation. So again, hello to everyone. And I think I wanted to start off my presentation again with just saying how important it is what you do for mining. And I think equally also how relevant the law is to what you do, although you might not necessarily always realize this. But I think the first thing to just to spend a little bit of time on is to share with you this article that came out at the height of the hard lockdown last year, but I think it equally remains relevant even now, almost a year later. It was an article published in the Mining Weekly, and the title of it was Positive Reaction to ANC Documents Encouragement of Exploration. And then you can see the reaction has been positive to the discussion document of the Economic Transformation Committee of the African National Congress, which states that the listing of mining companies on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange should be encouraged and mining exploration incentivized, as is the case in other mining jurisdictions. So the document that this article refers to is the ruling party's economic framework for reconstruction, growth, and transformation. And I think what is promising is that the ANC's Economic Transformation Committee agrees that mining exploration should be incentivized. So that's great to hear. And I think a further promise is the following three things that we take from these quotes that I've got on the slide here for you. Firstly, it's the mechanism with which to do so, the role players to rely on in order to do so, and the need to eradicate the causes for the dearth of exploration spending. In respect of the mechanism to be employed for the promotion of exploration, the ETC believes that investment is the answer. This is really a significant statement in and of itself. But further also is the recognition of the sources of investment. The ETC said that listing on the JSE, and by the way, many of you may not know this, but the JSE in South Africa, its very existence must be credited to the mining industry's capital raising exploits of the 1880s, when gold was discovered on the Witwatersrand. So if it wasn't for mining in the 1880s, the JSE wouldn't have had its start, wouldn't have had its existence. So mining plays even a role in the very creation of the JSE. So the ETC said that listings on the JSE should be encouraged, which means that the ETC believes foreign direct investment is necessary. But of even more interest, the fact that the ETC wants to encourage you and me as retail investors to invest in the exploration of South Africa's mineral resources. That is a complete paradigm shift in South Africa, and one that has worked very well in many other mining jurisdictions like Canada and Australia. The mechanism with which to promote exploration in South Africa is investment, which means the state will allow the market to intervene. The role players, according to the ETC, must therefore be international investors, but also you and me. We should be incentivized to spend our money to buy shares in mining companies. That's a very, very good thing. But additionally, the ETC believes that the Council for Geoscience has an important role to play to long-term expansion for the sector by assisting mining exploration. And I agree with it. If this role is one of knowledge generation to make investment easy on the basis of regional mapping and geophysical surveys, etc. We will come back to this a little bit later in our discussion. Now, in respect of the current impediments, people don't invest if there is policy and legal uncertainty. And that has unfortunately been the case in South Africa for a number of years now. These quotes are from the same Mining Weekly article I showed you a little bit earlier. And the first quote is the first bullet point. It reads, in outlining the interventions required to translate the industry's comparative advantage into a competitive advantage, the ANC document suggested that regulatory disputes and uncertainties be resolved with immediate effect. The Minerals Council agreed that regulatory certainty was imperative if South Africa was going to attract investment in the industry. There has been regulatory disputes, unfortunately, because there has been regulatory uncertainties. And so what do we mean by regulatory disputes? And to everyone in attendance, everyone listening, what I'm about to say is not my personal view. This is just from being a participant in the mining industry from a legal point of view. These are sentiments expressed generally. So this is not me expressing any personal view in relation to anyone. But when we refer to regulatory disputes, what we are referring to is that, unfortunately, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy spends quite a bit of time in court, quite a lot of time. And this ranges from the mundane day-to-day battles with mining companies, where mining companies, the DMRE, to court to review the DMRE's unlawful decisions. These are decisions that have a significant impact on business, but which the DMRE takes without it being empowered in law to do so. Remember, South Africa is a constitutional democracy, which means that even government is subject to the law, and government officials are therefore creatures of statute, which means they can only do what the law tells them to do. These regulatory disputes also include the bigger disputes over regulatory principles. For example, the Minerals Council took the DMRE to court over the DMRE's enforcement of the 2010 Mining Charter. The mining industry did not have an issue with implementing the guidelines of the Mining Charter, but where industry did take issue with the DMRE in principle was its unlawful enforcement of what is otherwise ultra vires policy, in other words, unlawful policy. The Minerals Council won in court, and then unfortunately the 2018 Mining Charter was published ignoring the court order, and now the Minerals Council and the DMRE is in court again. And as a matter of fact, during the course of last week and the week before, the matter was heard in the High Court, so we await judgment in that matter. This is not necessary, and it is not good for business, particularly for South African incorporator. What do we mean by regulatory uncertainties? Where the law says one thing and the DMRE does another thing, or publishes policy which does not accord with the law and then only cares for the policy. Again, remember, we are a constitutional democracy, which means that the legislature, parliament, makes the law and not a minister. Another reason why there has been uncertainty is that there have been processes initiated to amend the laws in a drastic way, but then that bill remains a bill for years, and that makes it difficult for any investor to make long-term decisions. Investors need to know that the laws are clear and stable. In other words, they need to know what the rules of engagement are, and they need to know that everyone will abide by the same set of rules. I'm happy to come back to this later, but for now, let me say that I think you have an unfair advantage over me. I don't know too much about geology, and certainly can't say that I've studied geology, but that's not the case for you, and the law is it. You, in fact, have studied law, haven't you? And this is the slide that I was referring a little bit earlier, because in your study of geology, in fact, you study many, many laws. You study the law of superposition. You study the principle of faunal succession. You study the law of lateral continuity. And you study the law of original horizontality. So in my research, I found that in fact you study many, many laws, and you could really count yourselves as the students of law in many, many ways, whereas I don't have the benefit of having studied what you have. So I do feel at a slight disadvantage to you. So there is really a law for everything, including for geological formations. And you see that little figure on the slide, that little geologist there. I think that that's actually a book of laws in his or her hands. And here I'm trying to tell you something about what you already know a lot of. But I will nevertheless start at the beginning, because that's always a very good place to start. And so the place to start is where mining started in South Africa. So what history has taught us is that whenever and as soon as shiny things or resources are discovered, people come. So when shiny things or resources are discovered, people come. And those people normally come with their own pointy things or weapons. And so man then feels it must have a law in place to regulate the interaction between all of these people amongst themselves and in relation to the shiny things that they all are competing for. But since a law is really only a piece of paper, and all of these people brought along with them pointy things, war inevitably breaks out. The world is because of who people are. This is so whether it was tribes migrating south in Africa or tribes coming across the oceans to Africa. And we saw this happen here. In the second half of the 19th century, gold and diamonds were discovered. Soon thereafter, there was a law, and then there was a war. The purpose of law then is to stipulate what the rights of parties are on the one hand and what their obligations are on the other. Throughout the history of mineral regulation in South Africa, we have had one of three forms of entitlement you see on the screen at a particular point in time. The first form was known as curius est solem. This is a Roman Dutch principle. We borrowed this from the Dutch, who in turn borrowed it from the ancient Romans. And basically, if you owned the land, you owned the minerals beneath it. Then there was reservation. This was an English law principle which dictated that you can own the land, but the minerals beneath it belongs to the state. And if you want to mine the minerals beneath your land, you need to get the permission from the state. And then there was the concept of severance, which determined that if you own the land, you also own the minerals, but your entitlement to those minerals are regulated. If you want to mine the minerals that you own, you still need to get government's permission to do so. And government will then issue you a permission or license or right to do so, and you must complete the obligations stipulated in that permission, whether it's the obligation to take care of the environment or to pay a tax to the state. Now, importantly, this is also meant that the landowner could sell his or her entitlement to a mining company, which could then apply to the state for permission to mine, and the mining company be able to mine on your land, which meant their right to mine trumped your right to the land, but they had to mine in a manner least injurious to your use of the land. That means that if there was a way of mining that will allow you to plant and harvest your crops, then that is what they were required to do. But if that way of mining became unfeasible, they could then mine through your cornfield against the payment of compensation. Today, the principal South African mining law is the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act, which came into effect on 1 May 2004, And it is something akin to the English concept of reservation, but with a little twist, in that the state does not technically own the resources, but the nation does. And the state holds the resources in trust for the nation. There's a lot of academic debate about what the concept of the nation means and what it means legally, but that's just, I think, a cup of coffee for another day. Now, this is how the MPRDA defines mineral and petroleum, which I thought would be of interest to you. So mineral is defined as means any substance, whether in solid, liquid, or gaseous form, occurring naturally in or on the earth, or in or under water, and which was formed by or subjected to a geological process. The key is geological process, which explains why water is excluded, but not petroleum. But it is excluded from the definition of mineral to avoid a circular definition because it's defined independently. And I'm never sure why peat has been excluded, but I think it has something to do with the fact that it's formed by partial decomposition of vegetable matter and not so much a geological process. The definition of petroleum reads, means any liquid, solid, hydrocarbon, or combustible gas existing in a natural condition in the Earth's crust, and includes any such liquid or solid hydrocarbon or combustible gas, which gas has in any manner been returned to such a natural condition, but does not include coal, bituminous shale, or other stratified deposits from which oil can be obtained by destructive distillation or gas arising from a marsh or other surface deposit. So coal, shale, and other stratified deposits have been excluded because they are regulated again as minerals, and gas from other surface deposits are not regulated by mining law, but principally in accordance with the air quality laws of South Africa. Now, before going into the detail of the MPRDA, I thought I would interject at this point with some of the international principles of mineral regulation. So here we have international principles that govern mining law from an international point of view. So generally, the international principles also include that the mineral resources belong to the state. And as I've just pointed out to you in South Africa, that has a very particular meaning. It means that the state actually is the custodian of mineral resources which belong to the nation of South Africa. The right to explore and exploit the mineral resources may be temporarily transferred to an individual or corporate entity through a written document, normally called a license or a lease. In South Africa, it takes the form of an executed right, be it a mining right or a prospecting right. And our courts have said it's not an agreement, it's a statutory document called a right, which is granted by government to the applicant. The mineral rights granted through such a license or lease are considered real estate properties, but are independent from surface or land ownership rights. In South Africa, that's called a limited real right. The granted license or lease usually does not provide for visible physical boundaries, such as fencing. Instead, the area is usually delimited by geographic references or coordinates or seams of specified minerals. And I think it's, for this reason, I think the proper sound cadaster system, again, where you guys come in, is so important. The holders of the granted license or lease must fulfill pre-established conditions to obtain and retain their rights over the area. And I think these pre-established conditions, again, are very, very important. And it's important, again, for the law to be clear about what these conditions comprise so that everyone can apply on an equal footing. The holders of the granted license or lease, sorry, I've read that in the last bullet point. When the validity of the granted license or lease ends, the rights return to the state. And what is usually the case, as is the case in South Africa, one normally has a right to apply for a renewal of that right before it simply just returns to the state. Now, the next two principles are really important, I think, in order to attract investment for exploration. Security of tenure has to do with the entitlement to do with your rights as you please and to make a return on your investment. And that's basically what this first bullet point says. Security of title means that you have a legitimate expectation of being able to enforce your right if you play by the rules of the game. If you abide by the rules, then government is also obliged to comply with the rules. And that, again, is why it's so important that our laws must be clear and constant. The third bullet point relates to the international principle called first come, first serve. We have exactly the same principle in Section 9 of the MPRDA. Basically, what this principle says is exploration licenses are granted on a first come, first serve basis, which means that the first individual or company to apply for the rights to a certain area where mineral resources may exist will have the priority right to be granted the license or lease. So as I said, in South Africa, that is exactly the same. If you apply and you are first in line, the DMRE is obliged to deal with your application first. And then auctions, this is particularly relevant in other countries, not so much in South Africa. There is a move to amend the MPRDA to make provision for auctions, but that amendment has not yet been brought into effect. But in many other countries, their mining laws include provisions to make provision for auctions and to auction available areas when resources or reserves have been assessed or inferred within an acceptable range of probability. And I think it's important for us to, when it comes to the auction system, the reason why I think in South Africa we haven't yet made provision for auctions in South Africa is because we don't have a proper cadaster system. The only way that one can have an auction system that works and is transparent is by having a proper cadaster system. So let's look then at what a proper cadaster system would look like, because again, the international law principles establishes what a cadaster system needs to look like. And I think this is also where you can play a very important role. And you'll recall earlier, I highlighted from the Mining Weekly article, the need for the Council of Geoscience to play a leading role in promoting exploration. And it can do that by taking the lead in developing a world-class cadaster system. This is what makes exploration work in other jurisdictions, but we don't have a proper system in place in South Africa. It works in other jurisdictions, but we don't have one here, unfortunately. I know a world-class system was developed for South Africa based on the Canadian system, but the DMRE has ignored it for some reason, opting for the SAMRAD system, which with all due respect really does not fulfill the purpose of a proper cadaster system. So let's look at a couple of these features. A mining cadaster has to be transparent. It includes a comprehensive register of real properties or land parcels within a country or its administrative subdivisions, and commonly includes all the details of ownership, tenure, precise location, dimensions, and value of individual areas. It formally captures applications for various types of mineral rights. So that is what the SAMRAD system in South Africa does, but that's basically all it does. A proper cadaster system then registers changes and updates to mineral titles at any time in real time. A title is granted or an owner has changed. It checks license applications for possible overlaps with earlier claims or other impediments. In South Africa, unfortunately, there are many incidents where applications are granted where there was already an existing right in place. And so the matter of overlaps is quite a problem in South Africa at the moment. The system advises the granting authority on whether a license application is technically admissible or not. It ensures compliance with payment of fees and other requirements to keep a mining title valid. It advises the granting authority when mining titles should be cancelled. And it should also provide prospective information to investors, which captures geoscience reconnaissance mapping. And I think this is something that I'm very excited about. And I think that there is great prospect for using modern technology to do reconnaissance mapping in South Africa. And if all of that can be captured on the SAMRAD or sorry, on a cadaster system, I think it will really help attract investment for exploration in South Africa. So here I want to start with the 4 W's in mining law in South Africa. So essentially what mining law in South Africa does, it deals with the who, it deals with the which, and it deals with the what and the where. So who may develop mineral resources in South Africa? So in other words, who may become an applicant and to whom rights may be granted. It also deals with if right is granted, subject to what or which conditions will that right be granted. The mining law also tells you what may be mined and where it may be mined. So at its core, the essence of our mining law is that it regulates who may develop mineral resources in petroleum, what the content of the right holder's obligations are, and what that holder may mine and where that holder may mine. In terms of Section 3.2 of the MPRDA, the state is bestowed with regulatory, and that is because of the international law principle of state sovereignty over its mineral resources. Also note that minerals are not regulated at local government level or even provincial level, but exclusively at national level. Holders of mineral rights are obliged to pay royalties to the state in terms of the Royalties Act. This royalty is a form of tax in addition to company income tax, and this also is based on the international law principle of resource rent. And the last bullet point is very, very important. There is a myriad of court judgments already that has described the MPRDA as remedial in nature. What that means is that in the past, not just in South Africa, but in many other places worldwide, people were not entitled to benefit from mineral resources because they were not entitled to own land, and they were not entitled to own land because of their race or religion or creed. So the MPRDA has made it very, very clear that what the objects of the MPRDA is to make provision for equitable access to and sustainable development of the nation's mineral resources. And mineral and petroleum resources are the common heritage of all people of South Africa, and the state is the custodian thereof for the benefit of all South Africans. Equally important is that the mineral resources of South Africa must be mined sustainably so that it can promote socio-economic development. So when we say that the MPRDA is remedial in nature, it means that in South Africa, we will mine with a conscience and will develop what is our common heritage for our common benefit to ensure that it improves the lives of those who need it most today and the lives of our children. The fact that the MPRDA is remedial in nature also means that we are obliged to mine in a sustainable way. Gone are the days where we mine at the cost of human lives and the cost of ecological integrity. History also tells us that if we mine without a conscience, because again, the world is because of who people are, the resources will be concentrated in the hands of a few for their personal and exclusive enrichment at the cost of everyone else. Instead of the mineral resources funding the development of future industries and technologies, mineral resources become the bane and drain of our society. So the question is, are we experiencing a resource curse in South Africa? And will investment in exploration promote it or remedy it? So let's then quickly look at the various rights which can be granted in terms of the MPRDA. We've got reconnaissance permissions, which really is like a right granted to someone to do non-invasive aerial surveys of the land to consider whether in fact mineral resources exist or deposits exist. Then prospecting rights allow you to go and perform physically invasive prospecting operations or exploration operations. With that prospecting right, you can also be granted a consent in terms of Section 20 of the MPRDA, which allows you to remove samples and then also to dispose of those samples during prospecting. So it's almost something similar to mining, but on a very limited scale. And then obviously mining rights. These allow you to mine for periods up to 30 years. You have the exclusive right to apply for renewal. Then mining permits allow you to mine, but again, only on a very small scale. It's a small deposit intended for you to exhaust that resource within a couple of years. Then retention permits, when the economy doesn't allow you to advance from prospecting to mining, you can go to the DMRE and say, listen, we've got good resources here. The demand for the resource is just not feasible at this point in time. So we want to retain our right, almost keep this in abeyance until the time as the economy picks up, and we can then convert this prospect to a mining right. And then we also have reconnaissance permits, technical cooperation permits, exploration rights, and production rights. And these are the kind of rights that you would get granted for petroleum and gas, very similar in nature to the rights that are granted for mining. Then I think these are also very important principles in the MPRDA that I think would be of interest to you. Consultation forms a very, very important part of mining law in South Africa. Please note that it's consultation and not consent, but a very important requirement in any application and also throughout the life cycle of a mine is the obligation to consult. This is to ensure that the interests of the landowners and occupants are accommodated. But because the consultation requirements now sit in the applicable environmental laws, like the National Environmental Management Act and the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations, the category of individuals to be consulted have become much, much larger. Bullet points 2, 3, 4, and 5, and the 6 are again all the issue or a function of the remedial nature of the MPRDA. So the Act provides, and I think that this is quite novel, I haven't seen it in any other statute internationally, it provides for an obligation on the part of the state to provide technical and financial assistance to historically disadvantaged South Africans if they want to apply for mining rights, for example, and they don't necessarily have the resources to do so. They can then apply to the state, and the state can afford them this assistance. The DMR has a discretion to include additional conditions in a right where there is a host community residing in a proposed mining area. This is in addition to the requirements set out for community development in the Mining Charter and the undertakings for socioeconomic empowerment to be approved in a social and labor plan. Communities also have a preferent right to apply for a right in respect of the land which they occupy, which means in theory that if a third party also makes application of the land, the DMRE should pen those applications and consider the community's application first. Social and labor plans are documents of approved undertakings by the holder of a right over and above the taxes, royalties, and salaries it pays to set aside funds to undertake initiatives which will improve the lives of its employees and the host and labor sending communities. Specifically, the social and labor plan is the embodiment of arguably the two most important elements of the Mining Charter, which is the human resource element, which includes employment equity and housing and living standards, and the community development element. In addition, the Mining Charter also deals with broad-based Black economic empowerment ownership, inclusive procurement, and supplier development, research and development. The Mining Charter has been the subject of much court contestation, and the court has said that it remains a policy document or guideline which the minister cannot enforce as if it is law. And then lastly, the MPRDA also deals with transferability, which is contained in section 11 of the MPRDA. It basically says that if you want to transfer your right to someone else, then the DMRE must grant consent to avoid that someone else doesn't just simply receive a right without having complied with all of the requirements to have a right granted to it as if it was an applicant. So section 11, which deals with transferability, is an anti-avoidance mechanism. I think these three sections are quite important for you too. Very important and probably of great importance to your cause is the fact that the state has an inherent prospecting right. It has the right to go and explore for geological formations in terms of Section 50 of the MPRDA. And Section 51 is also the very important mantra in the mining industry, which is mine or else. Remember, you are developing the resource for the benefit of the nation. So in other words, if a mining company has a mining right and it does not fulfill its obligations to mine, then the state can use this section to take away that mining company's right and rather give it to someone else who's prepared to mine for the benefit of the nation. And then Section 55 also allows the minister to go and expropriate land to make sure that prospecting or mining takes place on that land. And then I always say that mining is not for sissies. It does not mean you have a mining right, you can go and mine. If you have a mining right, it simply means that you have one arrow in your quiver, but you have to fill your quiver with many, 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 many more arrows. You have to go and get environmental authorization. You have to get a water use license. You have to get a waste management license. You have to get an air emissions license, and you have to go and rezone the land in order to mine. So in South Africa, it's become very, very difficult to mine because of all of these different consents that you need to try and obtain. I am happy to take any questions if there are any questions.
Thanks very much, Lloyd. David, yes, please go ahead, ask your question.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Lloyd, for another interesting presentation. So my question kind of ties into what you were mentioning earlier. So I think it's the MPRD Act mentions type of rights. And so one of those would be like a reconnaissance permission. So my question kind of has to do with how this ties into the draft geoscience regulations, which I heard about very recently, which are basically intended on regulating the submission and dissemination of geoscience data. So maybe then my question is just sort of broadly, what would your opinion be on this draft geoscience regulations? And then secondly, is it important to kind of upskill yourself enough to be sort of compliant with those regulations if you do have intentions on being involved at all in the reconnaissance sort of side of it, or this cadastral boundary system?
Yeah, look, so the reconnaissance permission is something that you would need to apply for. It would come with its own conditions, rights and entitlements in terms of that permission. And so that would grant you the authority to go and do that. What that authority will then enable you to do is to gather information, but that's not to mean that you can simply go and disseminate that information. You can use it for illegitimate purposes. So the geoscience regulations will just then further tell you and regulate you in what that information that you've now gathered with your reconnaissance permission, how that must be employed, and how you can disseminate it. In the same way, I think it will also be regulated from a civil aviation point of view. To a certain degree, it will also become regulated in terms of the space laws in South Africa. You know, drones will probably be used for this. So I think as a geologist, the future of exploration is probably going to be, as I said in the presentation, the use of future technologies in order to determine the existence of resources. And inevitably what this means is it's going to be being a fay with the deployment of those kind of future technologies. And they're going to be regulated from various perspectives, not just from a mining law perspective, but also from a privacy perspective, because you are flying over private land without having necessarily obtained the landowner's consent. The way in which you use this information, and then also from a space law point of view, because the atmosphere above South Africa will be seen as the commercial domain of the state. The way in which you use that air In the same way that you go and mine and exploit the surface, which then gives rise to an obligation to pay a royalty, I'm pretty sure that in the commercial use of airspace in South Africa, that's going to come with some obligation towards the fiscus. So I think if you're interested in law, I think if you're interested in this area, it's going to become highly regulated. And I think the sooner you pay attention to legislative developments in this area, I think the sooner you will be able to distinguish yourself as a geologist from any other geologist, because you really would be at the cutting edge. It's like a programmer who stays in Pascal. Like he's no longer relevant anymore, because programming has moved on and we're now using other programming languages. So as a geologist, that's the future. And I'm very excited to hear that you're already on top of these developments. And if you stay on top of them, it will really distinguish you from others.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I think so. Obviously, it is sort of adding to the greater complexity of achieving exploration or mining in the country. But I guess it is necessary.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's cool to hear that I'm sort of on the right way of thinking. Thank you.
To give you another example of where this can go to with the POPI Act, which is basically like the Privacy Act in South Africa. I'm sure that there's going to be a dimension there. Yes, the geoscience regulations will tell you how to disseminate and on what grounds, but this thing of privacy and the fact that you're flying over someone else's land, I think is going to become a big thing.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Very interesting. Lauren, would you like to ask your question, please?
Yes, thank you for that presentation, Lloyd. My question is, you've spoken about water use licenses and mining rights, and the process becomes timely if there's an objection from the community, and you might find yourself in a situation where you are now mining at the boundary of a mine and you're still waiting. My question is, what happens if you have a mining right, you don't have a water use license, but you continue mining? How do you get caught out in that? For open cast, it's easy because they'll see. But if you're an underground operation, you won't be able to see from surface. It might be a stupid question, but how do you get caught from the government, and what happens to you then?
Yeah. Okay. So I think Lauren, you touch on something that is actually not so theoretical anymore. It's become very poignant because from a mining point of view, and I think you used the example of mining towards a community or mining towards a boundary. It happens almost on a daily basis that either interested and affected parties, be it the community itself, be it downstream farmers, for example, are going to court more and more, to court to interdict mining companies from mining, either without a water use license or with a water use license, but because of how they have progressed their mining through the mining horizon and have traversed the property, it may well be that at a point in time their water use license covered all of their water uses. But now all of a sudden they in fact are undertaking water uses for which they are not authorized, and the mining company might not even know that. So how either the DMRE, and it's not usually the regulator, the DMRE, that picks this up. Sometimes it's the Department of Water Affairs, but it's more often than not, it's civil society. It's the neighbor. It's the one being affected, staring mining in the face. It's the downstream farmer in a water scarce area that's very, very concerned about the depletion of the water table, the lowering of the water table, also seeing that the quality of what he pumps in his wells are no longer of the similar quality or the same quality as it was before. And then they start investigating. So yes, you might be mining underground, but there are telltale signs that mining underground is taking place, because whatever you mine underground needs to come to surface at some point in time. So it's going to be very difficult for a mining company to forever and a day avoid questions being asked. And then when you employ natural scientists, when you employ either a geologist or a hydrogeologist, these things will come out in the wash. And then what these communities will do is they will run off to court and ask for what's called an interdict. And if the court grants the interdict, it's an order to tell the mining company that you may no longer mine until you have a water use license in your hands. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, Lauren, but there are definitely ways and means which either a regulator or an interested and affected party, like a host community or a farmer next door, would be able to stop a mining company. How they go about gathering the information to determine that in fact that this mining company isn't appropriately authorized is also not that difficult to do, because from a scientific point of view, you're able to determine downstream and upstream the effects, and that way you can determine whether there are impacts on the environment. And then in order to determine whether those impacts are licensed, you can engage with the department through what's called the Promotion of Access to Information Act. You can apply to the department, and you can ask for the department to tell you what licenses are in place for this mining company. And then in that way, it's like a puzzle. You can put all of these pieces together in order to form a legal theory, in order to form a legal strategy. And then you go to a lawyer, and the lawyer assists you with that. And then you run off to court to say to the judge, this mining company is mining unlawfully, and it's impacting on me. It's taking away my water. It's taking away the quality of my water and the volume of my water, and they're doing that unlawfully. And then the court will grant an order to interdict the mine.
Thanks so much. That makes sense.
Thank you, Lauren.
Kerry?
Thank you. I have a question that relates the duties that come with the mining right, in terms of if you have illegal miners that enter your property that are obviously not affiliated to you, do you have any recourse to the Department of Minerals and Energy or to the courts automatically? Because obviously you would prefer not to incur the cost. And closely related is, if those illegal miners become hurt through their own actions on your land or on your mining tenement, are you responsible for that?
Okay, so this is going to sound a little bit weird coming from a lawyer. And Carrie, I think it's a very good question, because again, just like Lauren's question, it's something that is actually happening right now as we speak, every single day. And to be honest with you, the law doesn't really matter, because you can obtain a court order. You would have the right. And by the way, during the course of last year, I think we obtained 7 court orders for different mining companies relating to zamazamas. You can get a court order, but remember that court order needs to be executed. It needs to be given effect to. So that court order would empower the sheriff, and it would oblige the police to go and effect that court order. But you know, again, regardless of what the law says and regardless of what this little piece of paper says, for a sheriff and a police officer to go onto that property, underground into that mine, is a scary prospect, because these zamazamas are well armed. They operate as a well organized unit. They have supplies down there. They have a network of support. So practically speaking, again, regardless of what the law says, regardless of whether you have a right or not, because you would have a right to go to court and ask for relief, it's very, very difficult to give effect to that, because very often, even though mining companies now have to go to court to force the police to do their job, the police just simply refuses. And even if you do go and speak to the DMRE has a special task force dealing with zamazamas. The police has a special task force dealing with zamazamas. And it's almost, I would say, a lost battle. And so what they're trying to do now is recently, I think it was 2 weeks ago, the DMRE published a policy document on what they call artisanal mining. It's meant to be artisanal and small scale mining. If you think about in other African jurisdictions or many other countries, there are individuals who, for their living, mine on a very small scale. It's like in South Africa, on the East Coast, Kolobeni, where there's also sand mining taking place, a lot of volatility because of mining there. But part of that problem there is artisanal fishing taking place. So these are individuals whose whole livelihood is dependent on the fish resources. Now, again, here you have individuals who, for their livelihoods, they mine. So yes, it's illegal, but the state is trying to regulate it in that way. So from the state's point of view, they're trying to see if they can regulate the Zamazamas, if they can give them a right to mine somehow, then they can better control it. But the point is, they are not mining somewhere where it doesn't affect anyone. Generally, these individuals go and mine where someone else already has a mining right. So that's why it's such a big problem. And you also asked the question about liability. So should anyone get hurt underneath the ground because they are mining there illegally, and it falls within your mining area? So on the one hand, one can argue that it's your mining area. Both the mining laws and the mine health and safety law says that you are responsible for everything that happens within your mining area. But again, having said that, I as a lawyer would very strongly and cogently argue that notwithstanding that statutory obligation to make safe your mining area for not just employees, because the Act says it's much broader, it's all employees and all persons on your mining area. So you've got that statutory obligation. But then again, the law will not require you to do anything more than what a reasonable person would do. And the court will not think that it's reasonable for you to go and secure that area where you are faced with bullets and pangas and all manner of weapons. So I think in that scenario, the court will say a reasonable man would not be expected to have discharged his or her duty. And if someone gets hurt, you as the mining company will not be liable for it because one, they're unlawful, and two, the law won't expect you to go and make it safe under those circumstances. So I would be very surprised if any court holds any mining company liable for injury or death of Zama under those circumstances.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting talk.
Thank you, Carrie.
Do we have any further questions? Going once, going twice, sold. Lloyd, thanks very much again for a really enjoyable presentation, as usual.
And look, I need to just extend my apologies. Doing this online in this way is really impersonal and not very effective. So I hope that soon we'll be in the same room again.
Yes, I agree with you. Having this personal one-on-one discussion with your computer gets a bit stressful after a while.
Yeah, no. But thank you everyone for patiently listening and participating with your questions. Sincerely appreciate it. And as always, it's always a pleasure being with you.
Okay, folks, so that brings us to the end of day one. Let's go back to that. This is our course for next week. I'll eventually get there. So we start off with, for Pete's sake, just bear with me a second. Okay, so if we just look at the notes here, we see that we start off with Bryony Lieber talking about compiling a CV and doing an interview. Then we go on to look at other additional things that geologists need to know something about. And tomorrow we'll look at survey, mining, mine health and safety, as well as minerals processing and metallurgy. So at that, just like to say thank you all very much for coming. And we look forward to seeing you all again, same time, same place next week. Thank you. Goodbye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.